everyone, welcome to Application Security Full Course by Simplilearn. Imagine you launch your dream web app and within hours it's hacked. Scary, right? But that's the reality for thousands of apps today. Cyber attackers are faster, smarter, and always looking for vulnerabilities to exploit. That's why web application security isn't just nice to know, it's mission critical. So whether you're a curious beginner or a seasoned developer, this course will help you understand how hackers think and more importantly, how to stop them. From the OSAP top 10 to SQL injections, XSS, CSRF, encryption and secure authentication, we will break it down all in simple plain English and with practical steps so that you can apply right away. And by the end, you'll have the confidence and the skills to build web apps that don't just work, but stand strong in the face of cyber attackers. Let's dive right in. Now, before we commence, if you're interested in building a successful career in cybersecurity, then Simplilearn's professional certificate program in cybersecurity is the perfect choice for you. This 20-week program, designed in collaboration with Purdue University Online and IBM, offers over 100 hours of live expert-led classes and hands-on projects where you'll master essential skills like ethical hacking, penetration testing, and malware analysis while working with cutting-edge tools like Metasploit IT, Burp Suite, and Nmap. Now, with advanced modules on GenAI and cybersecurity, you'll stay ahead in this fast-evolving field. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now and you can find the link below.
Security was traditionally considered an afterthought in software development. It is becoming an increasingly important concern for all aspects of app development, from design to deployment and beyond. The number of programs produced, distributed, deployed, and patched across network continually increases. As a result, application security features must deal with a wide range of risks. Let's take an example. A malicious script may be mirrored on the victim's web browser or kept in a database and run whenever the user contacts the proper function, depending on the kind of attack in question here. This allows malicious code to be entered in the case of an output. The major cause of this attack is faulty user input validation, which allows malicious input to enter the final output. An evil user can enter a script that will be injected into the website's code. The browser will then be unable to determine whether the processed code is harmful. As a result, a malicious script is performed on the victim's browser, or a bogus form is shown to the users. Are you aware of which attack this is? If not, do stay till the end to find the correct answer. Are you aware of which attack this is? If not, please stay till the end of the video to know the correct answer. Hey everyone, welcome to today's video on application security. Before we move forward, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start by learning about application security and its different types. We learn about the most common vulnerabilities in AppSec, followed by the importance of application security in today's cybersecurity space. Next, we cover some attacks against application layer security and end the video with some protection techniques to enforce application security parameters. So let's start by learning about application security from a grassroots perspective. Application security, which is often known as AppSec, protects application software from external security threats by utilizing security software, hardware, methodologies, best practices, and different processes. Organizations require application security technologies that safeguard all of their programs, from internal to popular external apps on consumer mobile phones. These solutions must address the whole development cycle and provide testing after an application has been deployed to detect possible issues. Application security mechanisms must be capable of testing web pages for possible and exploitable vulnerabilities, analyzing code, and assisting in the administration of development and safety management processes. The testing solutions must also be simple and easy to install for system administrators worldwide. Consumers utilize hundreds of applications daily to access theoretically important and favored services such as e-commerce, banking, music, etc. To be productive, these professionals use a variety of software solutions as well, ranging from online word checkers to tablet-based creative tools, among other things. Backend software, of course, exists to automate essential operations and processes and decrease this human labor. But to make matters worse, the quantity and complexity of these apps and their backend code is increasing. The software security problem 10 years ago was about securing desktop apps and static web pages that were natively harmless and easy to scale through and define. Because of outsourced development, the number of legacy programs and in house development that uses third party, open source, and commercialized off the shelf software modules, the software supply chain has become considerably more convoluted. Now that we understand application security on a general level, let us go through some of the different categories or the types of application security. The three major types to be covered in this section: web application security, API security, and cloud native application security. A web application is a program available through the internet and it operates on a web server. The client is accessed using a web browser. The applications, by definition, must allow connections from clients across unsecured networks. This exposes them to a variety of risks. Many online apps are mission critical and include sensitive customer data, making them an attractive target for attackers and a top concern for any cybersecurity program or framework. The advent of HTTPS, which offers an encrypted channel of communication, guards versus man in the middle attacks or MITM attacks, has addressed several online application weaknesses. Many weaknesses, though, still persist. Many security providers have created solutions specifically geared to safeguard online applications in response to the rising challenge of web application security. A web application firewall is an example of a security technology meant to identify and prevent application layer assaults in the case of web applications. When it comes to APIs, APIs that have security flaws are the root of many major data breaches. They have the potential to reveal sensitive data and disrupt vital corporate processes. API security flaws include insufficient authentication, unintended data disclosure, and a failure to apply rate restriction, which allows API abuse. The requirement for API security, like the necessity for web application security, has led to the creation of sophisticated equipment that can discover API vulnerabilities and protect APIs in production level. The third type is cloud native application security. Infrastructure and environments are often built up automatically in cloud native apps depending on declarative configuration, which is known as infrastructure as code or IAC. Developers are tasked with developing declarative settings and application code, both of which should be secure. Because practically everything is defined during the development stage, shifting left is even more crucial in cloud native setups. Traditional testing techniques can help cloud native apps, but they are insufficient. Dedicated cloud native security solutions are mandatory at this point of time, which are capable of instrumenting vessels, container clusters, and serverless operations, reporting on security concerns, and providing developers with a quick feedback loop. Now that we have covered the different types of application security, let us go through some of the most common vulnerabilities that these frameworks face on a daily basis. First is cryptographic failure. When data is not adequately safeguarded in transit and at rest, cryptographic failures, which are formerly known as sensitive data exposures, occur. It has the potential to reveal credentials, health information, credit card details, and personal information as well, depending on the type of data being protected in that particular case. Injection attacks. See, threat actors can use injection vulnerabilities to convey malicious information to a web application interpreter. It has the potential to assemble and execute this data on the server. SQL injection is a popular type of injection, which I've already covered in an introduction for this video. Another major vulnerability are outdated components. Vulnerable and out of date components encompass any vulnerability caused by obsolete or unmaintained software. It can happen if you construct or even use an application without first learning about its core components and versions. Authentication failures. Identification and authentication failure, which are previously known as broken authentication, encompass any security issue involving user identities. Identity attacks and exploitation may be avoided by implementing secure session administration, authentication, and validation for all identities in their organization. In the next section, let us cover some of the protection mechanisms employed by cybersecurity firms and third party automated software to prevent the application layer from being bombarded with SQL injections and other attacks. The first is a web application firewall or WAF. A web application firewall monitors and filters HTTP traffic between a web application and the World Wide Web. Web application firewall architecture does not address all risks, but it may be used in conjunction with other defense mechanisms. It can be used with a portfolio of security solutions to provide a comprehensive defense against diverse attack routes. It is a protocol layer 7 protection in the open systems interconnection or the OSI model paradigm that helps defend online application against attacks such as cross-site scripting, cross-site fraud, SQL injection, and file intrusion. Unlike a proxy server which conceals the identity of client computers by an intermediary, a WAF functions as a reverse proxy, shielding the server from exposure. It acts as a barrier in front of a web application, protecting it from the internet. The clients must pass through the web application firewall before they can access the application. The second is threat assessment. A list of sensitive assets to safeguard will assist you in understanding the threat to your firm and how to minimize them. Considering how a hacker can infiltrate an application, if existing security protections are in place and whether additional tools or defense capabilities are required, it's also crucial to keep your security expectations in check. Nothing is impenetrable, even with the most stringent security measures. It would be best if you were realistic about what you believe your team can handle in the long run. When pushed too aggressively, safety regulations and procedures might be disregarded. Remember that safety is a lengthy and time taking project that requires the collaboration of other employees and sometimes even your customers. The next topic is privilege management. Limiting privileges is vital, especially for mission critical and sensitive systems. The least privilege principle states that access to programs and data should be limited to those who require them when they require them. For two reasons, the least privilege principle is absolutely critical. The first is that hackers may compromise less privileged accounts, and ensuring they do not acquire access to highly sensitive systems is critical. The second is that internal dangers are equally harmful as external adversaries. If insiders go bad, it's critical to ensure they never have more power than they need, minimizing the harm that they may be able to cause to the organization.
Starting with the introduction. Before that, let's have a little course introduction. So we'll be doing an introduction to application security, what is application security, where it is used. So as the name says, application security includes all tasks that introduce a security software development lifecycle, development teams. Its goal is to improve security practices and find, fix, and prevent security issues within applications. How it is done, why it is done, that we will learn along the journey, along with practical examples. Application security is not confined to a certain area. It's not confined to IT as it seems that it might be confined to IT industry only, but no. You might have heard about attacks, cybersecurity attacks on government institutes, energy and utilities, healthcare institutes, banking institutes. So yes, it impacts application security, impacts all of these sectors. How they impact, we will be seeing it while the journey is going on. Our course would start with the introduction, which we are doing, then the core concepts, what's software security, how secure software testing is done, what is cryptography, a very important topic, and secure software lifecycle management. Skills that we'll be covering would be web app scanning, encryption, application monitoring, error logging, OWASP top 10, and API security. The agenda for today: web app security, application and web app security. All right. So what are the learning objectives for today? Again, the basics, core concepts of security. We'll be able to classify the best practices. We will be analyzing one case study that would be of Uber. We will see what went wrong or what went good, how web application security would have done it better, and we will categorize the requirements. For a foolproof security team, what are the requirements? We'll be seeing it. So say if you have joined any organization as a cybersecurity specialist, where would this course help you? Say you are given the following tasks which you will be able to do after this session. Understand the vulnerability stack. What are vulnerabilities, how they are classified, which application is impacted, where to see which vulnerabilities, where on the net they are visible, is there any database for vulnerabilities, how many of these are there, what about the vulnerabilities which were there in the history, can we find them? We will be able to understand the organization's security policy. So whatever organization you are working in currently, you will be able to understand their security policy. Then you will be able to review the core security requirements. Whenever we talk about any software, so we talk about a software, we know it is something that we use in our day-to-day life. It is a firmware with which we access applications. What is secure software? Now the same software or same application is secured by means of following attributes. Which attributes? Reliability, resiliency, recoverability. When I talk about reliability, as the name says, that is the software dependable? It fulfills the purpose for which it was created. For example, if I talk about social uh, networking sites, these social networking softwares, so we know we at once our mind will answer, okay, you are talking about social connection softwares, so it's either WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. So these companies or these softwares have made a reliability mindset up. So whenever we talk about social engineering, these softwares would revolve in our mind. When we talk about resiliency, resiliency means that the software does not violate any security policy. So it's able to withstand the actions of threat agents. Resiliency means I downloaded the software today and tomorrow it's demanding ransomware to use. My files are encrypted. It's saying that you cannot move forward from this point. So resiliency should be there. It does not violate any security policy. Reliability was the software is dependable. Recoverability, as the name says. So if I remove any of the application from my phone, I have some restore point or backup point from where I will get the entire thing back in same setup without any loss of data. So software is able to restore operations. When you buy a new phone, you simply have to log in into with your ID, which is majorly it is, if it is Android, you have to use your Gmail ID, and entire backup of applications from your previous phone to your new phone, it clones it. So that talks about the recoverability. After software or secure software, we talk about web applications. What are web applications? These are nothing but software programs that run on web browsers. If I open, say, any website, Simplilearn, what is this? This is a web application which is running in my browser. So anything, any application or any software which runs on browser, which runs on web, is web application. Talking about the flow, let's talk about the flow, how the data flows. I'll be using different symbols here. So let's say this is my database server, or I call it DB. This is my application server. This one is the web server. So all these things combined together, they work in background. So these would be the backend thing. All three of these are backend. When I talk about the applications, if I am seeing this, so this all is in front end because it's directly on UI on which I'm interacting with it. So front end would be, this would be my web browser and the system on which it is running, laptop or mobile, whatever device it is. So I won't be using cloud here, but yes, this is front end. How would be the flow move? My database server will fetch the address I searched for Simplilearn. Application server will respond that yes, this is Simplilearn application. It will, the application server will respond, and the web server will then be showing this to web browser. So now Simplilearn is visible on web browser, and that is reflected on my device, which is either laptop or mobile. And this thing is front end. So just an overview how web applications work, which main components are in action, starting from database server in which entire applications, entire Simplilearn things are hosted, application server on which the application is hosted, web server responding on web browser to your laptop or mobile. Application vulnerability stack. If we talk about application vulnerability stack or AVS, as the name says, it will talk about application, irrespective it is web application, mobile application, cloud application. Any vulnerability that is impacting this application would be a part of application vulnerability stack. So when you talk about vulnerability, what is vulnerability? Anyone want to answer it? I won't be judging over it, but yes, just to see how many of you can answer what is a vulnerability. If I say any application, say if I say, I won't be naming any other application. If I say Simplilearn application is having some vulnerability, what does that means? Does mobile app also require web server in the backend? How is web server different from web browser? All right. So I'll firstly answer these two questions from Vardhan and Vasudev. So Vardhan says, how is web server different from web browser? Vardhan, web server is on which the application is hosted, which is in the backend, from where my web browser, which is Chrome, it is fetching that detail from some web browser on which Simplilearn is hosted. So answering your question, web browser is either Chrome, the one which is obsolete, Internet Explorer, which is now not used. In its place, we have Microsoft Explorer, Firefox, so Opera Mini. So all these are web browsers, while web servers are Apache, Apache web server. We have some web servers from Oracle. Microsoft has its own web servers. Google has its web servers. AWS has its web servers. So that's the difference between web server and web browser. Does mobile app also require web server in the backend? Vasudev, yes. The answer is if, because you also use web browsers on your mobiles. So if you are using browser, say you want to see your report card and you want to access uh, the website of your university or college, if you are using your mobile browser, you again are accessing their web server in the backend. Pradeep says web application and website, what is the major difference? uh, Both of them work on www. So web site and web application both works on our browser. In Android Studio, we use web view, which is like a server. That's true, Vardhan. Vulnerability is a thing which happens, integrity and availability for data. So that shows that you have been good in the module 1, because that's from where you are answering it. That's good. All right. Answer to this in two different scenarios. One scenario, the one I discussed, where you are using mobile application, say which is mobile Chrome, which is Chrome or Firefox inside your mobile. Now it is the mobile application. It runs on web servers, uh, Edge. Again, these are mobile applications and they do have web servers on which they will show you the answers, because they are browsers. So yes, they have servers in the background. Talking about other applications, although this answers your question, google.com is a website. Yes, it Google ultimately uses servers, database server. Google.com, when you search, so searching here, although it is my default page, but yes, google.com, it is talking to its server in the backend and showing me this page. So this page is web page of Google or website of Google. So now you got your answer. Web application would be if you're using that Google application in your phone, that's the application. While anything which you see on web browser is a website. Web app server, mobile app server, do they run on same server? That depends upon company to company. If I'm having a big company like Google or Microsoft, I'll have different servers, so that if my web app is down, my mobile app is running. It doesn't impact it. While if I'm a small cap company or medium cap company, I might have both on same physical server or same cloud server. So I might use AWS with different instances running for mobile and web app, or I might have, because even if I'm smaller than that with low budget, I'll be having single physical server with both of them running on it. So depending upon the budget I am having. We were talking about stack. When we talk about stack, let's start from the network part. When we talk about networks, what are the things that are under attack? We either talk about routers or firewalls. When we talk about operating systems. And these all are the things that you need to know to be successful in cybersecurity domain. Knowledge of each one of these applications would either be open source or licensed, which are commercial. Database, when you talk about DB, there are certain databases that run in the background. We have Oracle, MySQL, DB2, and so on. The list goes on. But these are the major on which the attacks are targeted. What are the components? Web server, either Apache, Microsoft, IIS, custom web application. What issues do we see in custom web applications? This generally happens when there is an application already placed there. There's a application working, and its source code is available, say in GitLab. So when you talk about its source code is there in GitLab, you try to customize it according to your wish. Say Uber is there already placed in GitLab, the code is there. I make some changes according to my requirement and uh, generate a new taxi application with some name. Say my name is Harpreet, so let it be Harpreet cabs or blue cabs, yellow cabs, whatever. So I'm using code which is already there, but now I have made it customized according to my needs. We can have business logic flows, or we can have technical vulnerabilities. If I'm not into security thing, I might change something which could induce a vulnerability in that application, in that customized application, not the original one, because I'm now playing with it. So I might induce some technical vulnerability in it with the changes I'm trying to do. But again, that depends upon what kind of service you are taking from the cloud provider. If the security is managed by them, then you don't have to fear anything. If anything happens, your data is lost, the cloud providers would compensate you, but that typically never happens. Does web scrapping comes into this issue as we try to extract info without permission of the company? If you notice, uh, when I'm trying to answer your questions, I'm revolving around Simplilearn only, due to same thing what you are trying to question, Vardhan. Yes, when you try to say, even when we will be attacking websites, it would be mostly Simplilearn only, because we won't be attacking any other website of any other company that could lead us in trouble or jail. So yes, that's a very good question. If you try to fingerprint, we call it fingerprinting or footprinting, uh, when you try to collect data of any website or any company through these means, their SOC team, their security team would come to know that something fishy is happening, and yes, that might lead you in trouble. So permission of company is necessary in most of the cases. All right, next point is single page applications. As the name says, applications which run on a single page, they They are called single page applications. How they work? Uh, say it's a design approach that generates web pages dynamically with new data from the web server instead of loading entire new pages. So every time you open single page web application, it auto generates the data from web server, and it doesn't always go back to a web server for fresh linkages, which could impact in its loading. So for faster loading, SPA generally uses Ajax to exchange data with the server and JavaScript to manipulate the elements on the existing page. So what does it use? SPA uses Ajax. Why? To exchange data with server. What else is used? JavaScript to manipulate the objects. Now, how can I know that what elements are there on any website? So let me show you. So talking about single page application, this is Simplilearn. I want to know what are the backend things working on this page. I go to inspect element and use inspect element to go one by one, or I use some bookmarks. The bookmark I will be using would be Vapalizer and Shodan. Talking about Vapalizer, it shows that Simplilearn is using Microsoft advertising for performance, priority hints, for marketing automation. They are using WebEngage, SalesLoft. Amazon CloudFront is the WAF, which is CDN. Personalization is done on WebEngage version 6. So they are using PaaS, platform as a service. So Simplilearn is hosted on web application, Amazon Web Services. Now you know from where it's fetching the data from. The analytics, they are using Facebook Pixel, Google Analytics, Microsoft Clarity. Loadable components, jQuery, CryptoJS. So these are the JavaScript libraries. If you want more, click on more info. I guess it would be paid. Yes, it's paid. You can export this entire information if you want. You can use same thing for other application. The other application or extension that I'll be using is Shodan. It shows. So I didn't know the IP address from Vapalizer. So Shodan showed me that, okay, this is the IP address of Simplilearn. It's on cloud. We know that it is AWS. Open ports are 80 and 443. In network, you will be, yes, network you have already done, enterprise infrastructure. So you know open ports, 80 is for HTTP, 443 is for HTTPS. So you can view IP details, view domain details. Moving ahead, it will show you more details. I'm not sure if it is paid now. No, it is not. So it's on Amazon. It's the ISP using CloudFront. Port 80, which is HTTP, HTTPS. So these datas you can get from some extensions. If you are good at coding, that is always a plus point, because in web application security, there are two types of testing. One is static analysis and the other is dynamic analysis. When we are doing static analysis, static analysis is nothing but source code review. You review the codes. For that, you should be good in coding. While if you are doing dynamic testing, that means websites in motion. For those, you just need know-how of coding and not the entire code structure. So better if you are having Java or Python knowledge. If don't know coding that much, if you are a fresher, then you can learn it by heart. That would help you in long run. But if your current job doesn't require it, so you may even not go along with it. I'm currently okay. You are in network side, so I started with networks only. Uh, I started with networks, then wireless networks, data networks, wireless networks, and now I'm in cybersecurity. It doesn't necessarily require you to know the websites, the programming, but yes, it could help you. All right, brief on it. Okay, so Ajax is it is a set of web development techniques. When I'm using Ajax on my client side on my system, it's used to create asynchronous web applications. So we can send and receive data from server without interfering with the display and behavior of existing page. Even though this is working on your, we are using the chat within this application. It is not impacting any other functionality while we are doing this session. So this is Ajax. We are using Ajax. It is just utilizing a bit of the entire thing without impacting anything. That dynamic thing is called Ajax. So it is not changing behavior of the existing page, but we are still able to chat. Any example of SPA, if possible. Single, this one example is the Zoom learning that we are doing. We are using meeting chat without impacting any other thing. In Simplilearn, this application is again SPA. When I search anything random, it will provide me the answer. Although I know Harpreet is nowhere inside it, it will just throw an error without impacting anything else on the page. So your search did not match any content. It took a second or so. So without impacting this, it's SPA using Ajax. After single page application, all right, let's talk more about a bit more about how single page application works. Let's see. I don't want to save it. All right. So again, this is my browser. This is my server. This is my application. This is the response. So my browser will send a request. What it is doing, it is sending a request. Server will respond with HTML file. Then okay, this is in response to your request. That this the file. Now the application sends an Ajax request to fetch data from the server. Just keep correlating. You open your Google Chrome, you search for say Simplilearn. Server provided HTML file at first. Then the application sends Ajax request. Why it is sent? to fetch data from the server. So now it is just sending AJAX so that additional data from server is requested without any impact on this page which is already showing on browser. The final step would be web page is updated using JSON data. So JSON data is received, which is then updated on your web browser. So this is how it is functioning in the background. Of a single page application. Is payment system with UPI also SPA? Because once we reach to payment page, then it sends a request to UPI and keeps polling if we have made the payment or not. So uh, there's another thing running in UPI systems, because there it works two ways. Once it is interacting with a server which checks that if payment is made. Another, it is interacting with the server which checks if you have provided the proper MPIN or OTP. Third, it is interacting with your bank from which the payment has been made. So it's a little different. It's not entirely SPA, but a combination of SPAs at three different levels. All these three levels that I talked. Is server and application generating running on same system or different? Is server and application generating AJAX running on same system or different? Since I am using this web browser, Simplilearn wants to talk with me, but I don't. So if I'm using this website on my local machine, that means AJAX is running on this client system. So this answers your question, that AJAX works on the same system on which the web browser or web app is running. JSON, how it works? JSON is a message that you get, say, if you are all right. So if any response you are getting in JSON format, you can simply use JSON viewer. I don't have JSON sample currently, but let me see if I can get it from somewhere. Okay, so say if this is the JSON data that we are getting, simply use it in viewer. It will show you data in this format, in tabular format, that okay, the employee name is this, salary is this, and it's he or she is married. So this was the code. JSON viewer simplified it in a tabular form. So if this helps you in your daily work, what are the most commonly used frameworks for developing SPAs? So all these frameworks that we are talking, you might have heard about it, especially if someone of you is a developer. React JS, which is JavaScript, Vue JS, Angular JS. So all these frameworks are used for developing SPAs, because SPA is a front end technology. Therefore all these are the front end utilities that we are using. So all right, give me, if you could, just to check, kindly provide me example of SPA in your from your daily life. From your daily life, provide me an example of SPA. Very easy. Even if you uh, that's the definition of SPA. But provide an example. All right. One example is Facebook. You edit, change anything, you see videos, but it doesn't change the basic functioning. What else? Share prices display. If it is a good application, then yes. Okay. Otherwise, if it is lagging, then it is not SPA. Gmail, right? Google Drive, right? WhatsApp, WhatsApp web. Okay. The answer, Twitter, perfect. The answer which I am searching for, SharePoint. Okay. All right. Can say, because real time changes are there. Okay. Perfect. The answer which I wanted to, Google Maps. No, because we are not changing anything over it. Uh, okay. The answer which I was expecting from you people, OTT platform, which is Netflix. Yes, Venkatesh, location can be changed dynamically, but during that time, once your location start and stop is set, it doesn't have to fetch anything new, since you are connecting to internet. So that's what it requires. That's the ultimate thing it requires. Talking about OTT platform, yes, Geo, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all these hundreds of people. If there's a match of Indian cricket team, Hotstar, yes. So it caters load of a billion people, a billion devices connecting to it, and still it is working without going down or showing any symptoms uh, of disconnection. So that's where SPAs come into existence. You are even someone who is not keen into cricket, they are watching some other thing over the same application, which might have some different load level. So catering to different loads at the same time, YouTube, yes. So all these are SPAs. All right. One question I saw currently is, what is the difference between single page and multi-page applications? Okay. Badri says, shows TLS 1.2 for security is this not a risk? The latest is 1.3. Very good question, Badri. But sometimes it's the compatibility issues. Say the company in which I am currently working, they are also using TLS 1.2, because maximum of the infra inside the company, they support TLS 1.2. They haven't shifted to 1.3 due to compatibility issues or support. So that's why some companies are still working on TLS 1.2 rather than 1.3. But yes, they do have the security team working behind, keep checking, which is checking it regularly that nothing of that sort happen. Any vulnerability which is there for 1.2, they are not exploited by anyone. Vasudev, that is also secure, but every latest version is more secure than the earlier one. TLS 1.1 transformed into 1.2 due to more security. The version 1.3 is more secure, but it's not very compatible to the infrastructures yet. 1.2 is widely used. So, Chiranjit, the answer, Sunil attempted the answer, and he is pretty much right. Single page application will interact for any new changes from the web server. It will not uh, load the entire page again and again, while multi-page applications will, for any change, they will reload the entire application. So they are more slow than single page applications. If that answers. Yes, Badri answered that also. It is new page every time with the user actions. CRM is multi-page application, true. I guess this, Vasudev, you are talking about the SAP CRM, right? Are we having hybrid? Uh, where are we having hybrid? I mean, I'm not getting the question. Yahoo Gmail is single page. They do not reload on receiving a new mail. They just keep new mail updated. I mean both SPA and MPA. If people prefer multi-page application, they are preferred while using heavy applications. So for SPAs are preferred for heavy applications, just as we discussed about the OTT things. Again, the budget thing, if you don't have much budget, you use multi-page application. MPA example would be anything, say, I'm not sure how many of you have used Medium, which is a blog site, technical blog site. So if you talk about Medium, it is MPA, any blog, any e-commerce website, which is Amazon, Flipkart, which goes to a new page. If you go to Amazon regular, it is one page. Go to Amazon Fresh. Yes, Srishti answered. Zomato, Swiggy, these are all MPAs. Wikipedia is MPA, very nice example of it. Are we having hybrid solution between single page and multi-page applications? No, no. No issues, Venkatesh. Uh, if an application is SPA, it is completely SPA. If an application is MPA, it is completely MPA. We cannot have a part of it as SPA and a part of MPA because that part itself is divided into multiple pages. So if it is MPA, it is completely MPA. If it is SPA, completely SPA. All right, just one question. Which one is faster, SPA or Sudarshan? That is SPA, no doubt about it. Amazon Prime and Amazon Mini, all of them are SPA. So you all know SPA is faster. Okay, we know that the advantages of using SPA is it is speed, most of resources loaded only once, data is preserved, we require less data. What are the disadvantages of using SPA? Whenever you click on that mini TV thing, it will redirect you to SPA rather than the MPA part. What about desktop application? Which application? We are talked about SPA and MPA already. Which application, which desktop application you are talking about? Again, that depends which application you're using. If you're using AnyRun, if you're using TeamViewer, those come under MPAs. If you are using Netflix application, desktop application, then again it's SPA. Navigation is maybe the issue with SPA, sir. No. Okay, what in navigation? You are not exact on the point, but yes, near about. Loading, Akib, it is faster, so loading is not an issue for SPA. Loading is an issue for MPA. What are the disadvantages of using SPA applications? Since it is faster in execution, which do you think is more prone to attacks? Is it SPA or MPA? No, there are disadvantages. Answer, Sunil has already answered it. So there are kind of attacks, injection attacks, XSS attacks, which we'll be seeing in further. Venkatesh, it is not the exact thing, but yes, while navigation, while in the data is in transit, there's scope of attacks because not the entire thing is reloading, not the entire data is being fetched, but only the data which is being transmitted can be manipulated by attackers. They can simply inject malicious scripts into it. So there was there was recent attack which was called, that was a vulnerability in Java, which is called log4j. If anyone of you remember that 4j, this was a vulnerability which was there in every Java. It was a 0-day vulnerability. Every Java logging framework was having it. So whenever we talk about vulnerability, and it attacked any and every application which was working on JavaScript. So this is one of the uh, example where how it got vulnerability, how it got vulnerable. Okay. Long story short, JavaScript was having some a single line in the code which was talking about the logging thing. A little change in that line or that code or that script made it vulnerable to changes in entire globe wherever Java was being used. So that resulted in this vulnerability, which was already present there but were never exploited. Next is microservices. When we talk about microservices, so microservices are shorter services which are running inside bigger services. It is an approach in which a single application is composed of many loosely coupled independent services. So microservices emerged to address the limitations of monolithic architectures, which we were initially using, such as scalability, flexibility, productivity. To answer all those things, we got the concept of microservices. So what are the advantages of microservices when a single code is divided into multiple shorter codes? So updating the codes is more easy now. Updating is easier. What else? Scaling can be done of each unit independently. What else? Fault isolation. If a part or a unit is in fault, it will not impact the entire structure. One point which I want to see, say updating is easier, scaling can be done independently, fault isolation. What else? Okay, I will give you a hint. Since these are different units, okay, I'll just ask you in yes or no. Since these are different units, can we use multiple programs in it? Multiple programming languages? So the answer is yes. So basic and most advantageous thing of microservices, we can use different programming languages defining different structures, different component structures. What do you think about disadvantages? Heterogeneous language, that is good. Yes, that's the answer. Chiranjit, did you get the answer now? Why it is yes? All right. So think about, brainstorm on the disadvantages. What are the disadvantages? The answer lies here only. So the disadvantage number one, which you can feel if you are using different languages in a set, would yes. So the answer is complex structure. Complex or complicated, we can say. What else? What will this turn into? So if we talk about Sunil, Badri, Harjinder, all of them, they are pointing to one thing which says testing can become complicated. So when you have made a complex or complicated structure and QA has to test it, then they have to test it for different languages, different things, different services. So now let's talk about a case study of Uber. We are talking about Uber, the taxi application, of course. So Uber, like other startups, it created a monolithic architecture for its application, but it forgot to include scalability and stability in its software. I guess because it didn't know it would be very popular worldwide. So it missed that scalability part. So it used monolithic structure. When I talk about monolithic structure, what it is? It is a single tiered application that combines all components, all components in a single program. That means it was not working on microservices. All components were on in a single program. What are those components? What were those components? Client side user interface, server side business logic, integrations, data access layer. So all of these components were now in a single program rather than running on a different services. So that made the application very heavy, and it now started making problems for Uber. So for why? Because for even a short change in the application, they had to go through the entire program, see where that particular function is, change it, and failure of one program, failure of one component could bring down entire system. So as the services increased, it became very difficult for Uber to sustain. That's when they shifted from single program monolithic structure to microservices. So now when they shifted to microservices, the load was less because now it was decentralized. Every unit was independently functioning without impacting the other. So now, because they were independent, dependency on other features was removed, and from that phase onwards, Uber benefited by shifting its architecture from monolithic to microservices, and that was a learning lesson for other applications which were their competitions in global market. So, talking about security policy. As the name says, security policy is an overall general statement produced by senior management that dictates security within the organization. So what is it? What it is? An aggregate of directives, regulations, rules, practices. All of these are aggregated that prescribes how an organization manages, protects, and distributes the information. Manages, protects, and distribute the information. For any company you are currently working in, they have their own set of policies. Some says you cannot plug in USB in your laptops. Some says you can plug in, but it won't work. Some says no media connection is allowed, be it your own phone to the laptop, because you can steal the information. So this is how different companies frame different policies based upon their sense of security. How are these? Uh, how to make flowchart here? Let's see. Okay, what are the? How can we divide it into strategic and tactical? Let's see. So we start with laws, directives, and regulations, followed by the policies, followed by, they call it mandatory standards. These are further followed by detailed procedures, recommended guidelines, and baselines. Top, they follow top to bottom approach. So till here it's all strategic, and this part is strategic. That means the core or VIPs, they make these things: CISO, CTO, CDO. They sit together to make laws, directives, and regulations, policies, while the mandatory standards, detailed procedures, these are tactics based. So when we called about tactic based, that means the tactical team which is there to see on mandatory standards, the guidelines and baselines, they are responsible for these parts, the lower one. Talking about standards. All right. Talking about standards. Standards are nothing just, okay, I'll just write it here only. When you talk about standards, standards are mandatory activities, actions, or rules designed to support higher level policies. So standards are basically designed to support these higher level laws, directives, regulations, and security policies. They are very specific, technical. They include specifications for what hardware you will be using, what softwares you will be using. Examples of standards that we talk about in cybersecurity is OWASP, MITRE. These are the standards that we look after when we talk about cybersecurity. So OWASP, MITRE, SANS 25, these are the standards. Talking about procedures, what is the difference between standard and procedure? It's generally called SOP. If you hear about SOP, it is, they are not talking about the soap or anything else. It is standard operating procedure. Standard operating procedure. What it is? It is a detailed step-by-step sequence of activities that are necessary to perform a specific security task. If some of you are working in endpoint security, then you know that there's certain procedure with which you check for uh, the endpoint security. So we have network guys here. So there are procedures with which you check for firewall rules. There are procedures with which you check for the routing table. There are procedures with which you change the routes if you are given that access. You cannot just go and change the routes without opening a change. So first it will go to CAP, which is change management board, and then if it is approved, then you can change the routes. So that's the SOAP, or procedures, or standard operating procedure that we call it. Procedures are at a lower level than standards. So standards are at a higher level than procedures, as we can see in this flow diagram. So answer: procedures and policies are dash. Are they uh, policies and procedures are dash? Option A. Option A is unimportant. Option B is mandatory. Option C is casual. Option D is none of these. So, talking about guidelines, what are guidelines? You know what is procedure, what is standards. So these are important when you set an interview for. These are more of information security things rather than cyber security things. They ask you for standards, procedure, guideline. What are the differences? In guidelines, you have guidelines, as the name says, they are just recommendations. They are the recommendations on how standards and baseline are implemented. Oops. So guidelines are the recommendations on how standards and baselines are implemented. So that's why the guidelines are at the lowest end, because it doesn't talk about something very necessary or immediate. What does it talk about? The guidelines talk about of different levels. Let's talk from the base, which says why we are doing it, what are we doing. When we talk about why, it is defined in policy. When we say what are we doing, those are defined by standards. How are we doing it? That is done by procedures, and guidelines are just for your information. FYI is guidelines or recommendations. See how we develop a security policy. Where can we get uh, an idea from where we can make a security policy? So let's see. Let's do a short activity. So we can have a little help from a tool, a web browser only. So what we are going to do, we are going to develop an application security policy using a template. From where we are going to get the template? We are going to get that template from sans.org. Which template? Okay, it's free. Policy templates is already there. So we need to have information security policy. So just click on it. Home security policy project. So which policy do we need? We are talking about application security. So let's go to application security. We have web application security policies. You can download as PDF or doc, but since we will be making changes according to our company name and all, I will download doc. So it is getting downloaded. You can do it sideways. So let's do it together. So once you have done it, simply open it from the downloads, web application security policy. So you see it, the entire policy. You can remove the things you don't want. So web application security policy, change the company name, your company name, change it here. Wherever it is company name, just filter it out. You can remove the footer, header and footers as per your requirement. So it will talk about everything. If any new or major application is released, third party or acquired web application, patch releases, emergency releases, annual review, how we define the severity, which are the high severity, medium severity, low severity issues. The standards that we are using is OWASP. So here you will just, whatever tools you are using, just mention it here. You are using Kali Linux as operating system. Any other tool that you are using, mention it here. Compliance policy is here. So you see standards, policy and processes here. Testing guide is provided. Change these dates according to how you want it. Responsible would be your security team. Just make summary of change. What have you changed? Is it application updation or anything related to it? So this is from where you can make your own web application security policy. Okay, wants to know from where should we download it. Asif, it is sans.org. So once you move to sans.org, I'll just share this. All right, OWASP is the standard that we used. OWASP is the standard that we used for taking care of the vulnerabilities in our domain. When we talk about OWASP has top 10 vulnerabilities which keep on changing every 4 years. So latest one was in 2021. So this is OWASP top 10. For 2021, it was, so I told you it changes every 4 years. So before 2021, it was 2017. Before 2017, it was 2013. So when we talk about top 10, it says what are the most impacted vulnerabilities in any web application. We talk about, initially it was injection, which was mostly impacting any web application. Now it is at number 3. Now the most impacted one is broken access control. Cryptographic failures is number 2. Insecure design is number 4, and so on. I guess you people have done it in enterprise. The first module that you had covered with the other trainer, I guess it was part of that module. Not sure. So our next topic is what's secure software requirements. When we talk about core security requirements, what are the core security requirements with which your training started? What are those 3 requirements which should be there in any case? What are those triads? So the core software requirements are CIA. Exactly. It says confidentiality, integrity, availability. So everything in cybersecurity or information security revolves around these core values. For confidentiality, okay, apart from these 3, there are 3 extra uh, add-ons which says authentication. We call it AAA, authentication, accounting, and authorization. When you talk about confidentiality, that means any sensitive data should be protected at any cost. So sensitive data should be protected. How we protected? By using some encryption mechanisms. We mask passwords, other sensitive information, we mask it. We do not store passwords or sensitive keys in clear text. We have KeyPass or something like those type of tools where we save sensitive data like passwords. We use TLS to protect against attacks. Just we had a short discussion about TLS 1.2 and 1.3. They are just the security measures. We do not store any sensitive information in log files because it's easily visible. The logs are very easily accessible. When we talk about integrity, integrity says, okay, as a person, when we talk of in lame language, integrity is your actions should match your words. That's how you say how integral a person is. And cybersecurity, that means any data that was actually intended to be sent, any data that was actually intended to be sent from client side to the server side should be intact, free of errors, and sent as it is. So if my client had to send ABC, that too in caps, the receiver should receive ABC, that too in same format in caps, and not some other content which is unrelated, XYZ or something like that. Should not be. So in other words, all user inputs must be validated for malicious or disallowed content before processing. All published software should provide a computed digital signature to validate its correctness and completeness. So let's add that requirement here, digital signatures. So digital signatures are tested to check if the content to be delivered is integral and it is not amended on the way. When we talk about availability says it should be available 24/7. So the software must meet all the requirements of the SLA of 5 nines. That means should be available at 99.999% of the time. These are the SLAs that most companies adhere to. If I'm providing a service to any other company, so I would say that my service availability would be up with the 0.001% downtime. So that's the availability that I'm ensuring to my client. The software must be able to support up to 300 users at any point and point of time. It should not be the case as the load increases, my application is crumbling. So availability also defines that application do not crumbles under the load. What else should be under availability? What do you think should be under the availability? One is restoration as early as possible. If it is a P1 or high priority issue, the restoration should be within 1 hour of the disruption. The last point is no adulteration, no modification allowed during transition. That is true. Disaster recovery, how do you do it? How is disaster recovery done? You are very near to it, but backups. What's the other name? Okay, backups is if you are getting impacted and you have some backup. What during the attack? Snapshots, okay, a little far away, but all right. One word, run more than multiple site. What is the one word for it? Failover. So Srishti has answered it. We call it either failover or redundancy. Yes, that's that only network guy will understand, Badri. Yes, high availability. That's failover or redundancy would be the main cause. Say if I'm having two routers, one of them fails, I still have the other router of some other company working for me. So that ensures the availability of services. In case BT goes down, Airtel is still working. Tata goes down, BT is still working. So that's where redundancy comes into place. Moving forward, authentication. All right. What do you understand by authentication? It says only authorized persons would be allowed. Uh, I have some endpoint security for my company. If I want some third party to use it, only those some other person from other company to use it for any reason, it should be my responsibility, and only that person who it is, who it belongs to, the credentials for which the credentials are created, only he is allowed to use it, again using MFA, multi-factor authentication. So that provides the authentication part. For external users, I'm talking about MFA. For internal users, it could be single sign-on, because we know that they are using the company's domain. If I'm using @simplylearn.com, I am able to use EngageX and Learn Simplylearn, both with single sign-on. Authorization says, all right, you have to be very clear the difference between what is the authentication and authorization. Talking about authorization, uh, only users with admin roles will have permissions to execute operations. So authorization means the level of access you are having. Authentication means if you are allowed to do it. Authenticator users will have read and write permissions as regular users because they are allowed. Authorized would be having the maximum scope of access. If we talk about accounting, so I saw someone talking about non-repudiation. That comes under accounting part. Why? I made a change in some server or some route in routers or some firewall rule. I made a change and then I'm denying it. I haven't done it. So accounting says we will simply check the logs. It will show the username of the person who has made the changes, and thus supporting non repudiation. I cannot deny that I have not done it because logs are showing it. So accounting is nothing but logs. And what does log show? It shows identity, what action you have taken, on which object you have taken the action, what is the timestamp. Next part we will be discussing about general security requirements. So the general security requirements are session management. We don't want our session to be hijacked, nor we want it to get compromised in between we are doing our work. Errors and exception management. Config parameters management. So when we talk about session management, so session management says AAA protocols, summary on AAA protocols. Sure. So you have AAA. This one is good. Best is Wikipedia. I was at session management. When we talk about session management requirements, it says each user activity must be uniquely tracked. So if I am doing something, I'm being tracked what I'm doing in what application. Say if I'm using identity access management, then again it is tracked what I'm doing in there. If I'm using PAM, which is privilege access management, what I'm doing there is being tracked. The user should not be needed to provide their credentials once authenticated. So if I'm once authenticated, it would be very irritating if it's asking for credentials again and again. User session must be explicitly invalidated when user logs off or closes the browser. So if I talk about when you use your mobile applications or web app for banking requirements, even if you click on the back button or refresh button by mistake, you have to re-log in again and again. So that's best of session management thing I have seen, where you have to re-log in again if you want to take any action which reloads the page. So that's a security thing which safeguards you from any MITM man in the middle attack. Session identifiers used to identify session must not be easily guessable, not be in clear text. So whatever cookies that are being sent from your system, they should not be in clear text. No one, if someone is using man in the middle tools like Burp Suite, they should not be able to see what data uh, you are transacting with your banking website in clear text. Error and exception management. So all the exception must be explicitly handled using blocks. Error messages displayed to the end user will reveal only the needed information. Security exception must be audited and monitored. Why we are doing error and exception management? When we will be talking about the SQL injection attacks, uh, we will talking about from where we will know that the backend is an SQL server. So the error that we would be getting, it would be showing that all right, SQL syntax error, nothing found in the DB, something of that. So something of that sort you will be getting. So that shows me that okay, first thing that it's an SQL syntax error. That means the database is SQL. All my attacks now would be SQL based. There are certain payloads which use SQL attacks, injection attacks, Boolean algebra, and all. We will be learning about it in our main course. So that provides me a hint that SQL is running in the background. So I will just move to, as a blue teamer, as a defense teamer, I will move to the programmer or developer and ask him to not show this exception or this error that we have SQL running in the background. So attempt SQL injection right away. So I will ask him to remove that error by any means. It should not be visible on the UI. So that's how error and exception management is done. When we talk about config parameters management, the configuration file or web applications such as database connections, they should be encrypted to prevent unauthorized disclosure. So sometimes some files, the config files for web apps, are open in plain text rather than encrypted, or even some passwords are hard coded in this software code that it cannot. This was one of the recent example I came forward while doing source code evaluation, that username password was hard coded in the code itself, so that any attacker would have this as a cherry on the cake, that just open the source code, you have your username password there, only just use them, log in into the system and do whatever you want. All initialization and disposal of global variables should be carefully monitored. So wherever you are declaring global variables in the code, you should be very carefully declare those, because those could be called from anywhere in the code. Operational security requirements. So operational security requirements, most critical flaw that can impact any business or brand must be addressed immediately. Whenever, okay, what is the environment in which we test the web apps before deploying them on prod? What is that environment called? UAT, testing environment, or simulated environment, staging environment, sandbox. Yeah, correct, sandbox. So any flaw that can impact the business and the brand must be addressed immediately after thoroughly testing in simulated or testing environment. All security incidents must be handled following an incident management process. The root cause of the incident must be identified. I'm not sure how many of you have worked on root cause analysis. So if there is any incident, either in cybersecurity or networks or whatever domain, generally the stakeholders demand for RCA, root cause analysis. So that includes every step from the very start to the very end, how it was discovered, what steps were taken, how it got missed, what are the improvement plans. So these things are a part of operational security. Operational security. So what are the requirements in deployment environment? We have talked about the testing environment or UAT or sandbox. What are the requirements in deployment environment? First of all, in deployment environment, I will check if software is deployed on internet, extranet, or intranet. Internet is which can be accessed from anywhere. Intranet is your company's network inside your company's intranet. Extranet is governed by the firewall. Determine if the software will be hosted in DMZ. So what is DMZ? If the software is hosted in DMZ. And which ports are available? Which ports are open or available? DMZ is nothing but demilitarized zone. Very important, demilitarized. Very important word, and when you are part of infra team, you must know what is DMZ. So talking about DMZ, just to check if we are having any questions. Demilitarized zone, yes, but what it is? Say, all right. Say this is the internet. This is the internet flowing to your company. Here it's a firewall. All right, let it be a router first. It's a router, then a connection to firewall. Although I guess DMZ was also discussed, should have been discussed in the infrastructure part, but again, I'll share it with you what DMZ is because it is an important term. So anything between the internet, which is your ISP, anything between this ISP and your intranet or your local net is DMZ or demilitarized zone. It do contains router to router connection. This router is from your ISP. This router is from your company. So this entire region in between these is called, this entire region is DMZ. Between this router, which is of Bharti Airtel or Tata or BT, and this router, which belongs to Simplilearn, say, this is firewall or switch, and it further connects to the systems inside. It is separated from rest of the infra, or it is not, I won't say separated, but it is a shared zone. It is a shared zone between you and ISP. So anything happening here would be decided by ISP and your company, that who would be responsible for it. So this entire zone is DMZ zone, which is mutually shared between, it's just like the zero zone between any two countries border. This border lies with country A. This border lies with country B. This zone in between is DMZ, demilitarized zone. If that helps. Giving an example that this place between your your network and the internet, the space in between is DMZ zone. So if you are hosting any software, back to a point, if you are hosting any software in DMZ, if you are hosting any software in this space, then again, this is one of the risky things to do. So if it is here, you should have this internet, this subnet, whatever subnet is this, you have to keep it under scan. So you can use Nessus scan or Burp Suite scan to keep checking about any vulnerabilities that could impact that software here in DMZ. Which privileges that will be allowed in production environment? Very important. What privileges are allowed? Generally, privileges, the admin or root privileges are provided only to the very important VIP of that project and not to all. We have to determine if sensitive data is floating. Or determine if the software will use a load balancer and or a cluster architecture. So if we are using any load balancer, these all questions should come into our mind when we are talking about the operational security in development environment. So we still have 7 minutes for this class. I will be asking few questions to all of you. Kindly try to answer them. Tomorrow we will be starting uh, from a topic called anti-piracy requirements, archiving, and anti-piracy requirements. The website I'm using is Wayback Machine. In Wayback Machine, talked about Uber. I searched how Uber used to look from the very start. I searched its browser history. It showed me every Uber website, Uber Geek, Uber Humor, but I was concerned about Uber Cabs, which is here, uber.com. It says that it has more than 3 lakh captures from 1998 to 2016. So I'm interested to see it. When I click on 1998, December 12, 1998, this is how it looked like, just like any normal startup taxi service, clients, services, press. Mind it, it is just a snapshot. It won't be interactive if you click over it. It won't interact. When I clicked on March 2014, this is how it showed me that login, sign up, get it done, sign up for Uber, reliable, feedback matters. And after that, if I want to see in 2019, so this is how it looked like in 2019. And we know that now it was working on SPA after 2016 and 17. You click on ride, you click on fried, you click on transit, it will work in that element without uh, reloading all the pages. So this is how it looked like. Similarly, if you want to look in current date, say last year, July, June 23, Uber looked like this. It's still loading. Since it's fetching it from archive, the loading speed is slow. So this is what it shows you currently. Not only Uber, you can have any website, have it any website, say want to see facebook.com or google.com, any website that you want to see. So since it's working in archives, loading speed is slow. Now you see it's showing you Facebook. This is how it shows in 2024, how it was back in time in 2006. In 2006, this is how Facebook looked like. Email and password were on left side corner. Now, what is the main use of Wayback Machine? Although it is a part of the data collection of any target, but just to let you know, sometimes during the upgradation of any website or any portal, say if you are targeting any company, I'm not talking about Facebook or Uber, just an example. Sometimes when you see the old captures of any target, say even I'll take an example of Simplilearn, even though Simplilearn never existed that time, but yes, sometimes in initial uploads, initial snapshots, you would find any email address of any ex-employee, of the CEO, or some important figure. So that email address could be used to move inside that company. I can use that email address to start my phishing attack, to provide any payload inside the company. So that's why Wayback Machine is used. And what it shows, now you know what it shows. It shows the older and the newer versions of any website. Talking about the extensions that I asked you to download yesterday, how to download them, simply use Shodan extension download. And you'll be able to download it for Chrome, for Firefox, whatever you are using. Similarly for Webalizer. Go here, download it. So that's how you will be downloading the extensions. Loopholes, unintentional. Yes, if you have shared any number which I can use, that is it safe to download on office laptop? I guess no one would question it, because it is not, you are not attacking anything, you are just getting the information. Say I'm using it on my office laptop only, but I do have some other extensions also. I have Grammarly, Norton Safe Web. Norton Safe Web provides you an idea which link is safe to use and which might be uh, fishy. So if you're having these kind of extensions, I don't think any company would have any issue with it, because it's not used for attacking anything, but just to get knowledge of the page you are visiting. You would be questioned when you try scanning any company, any website, or any target. Then you will come into action, because that would be visible in their infrastructure. Someone is trying to do that. I'm very impressed that people are coming outside their comfort zone, outside their main domain, and uh, trying to learn about the security things. That was very impressive of this batch. Back to the topic that we were doing. So we had to discuss archiving requirements and anti-piracy requirements. When I talk about archiving requirements says if we want to archive something, any data, if what we want to archive, does it comply with regulatory requirement or organizational policy? Can I archive anything and everything? So first is, has to be in accordance with organizational policies. Next is the parameters it should define. The location, duration, format. Generally, as a cyber security engineer, I recommend my office or my team to archive the data for 3 to 5 years only, because anything after 5 years at the team level is irrelevant. It might be relevant at the upper stakeholders level, but at the base workers level, anything more than 3 to 5 years is obsolete. It cannot be used. So when we talk about archiving requirements, we will firstly think of the data or information that needs to be stored. So our scope is fixed. After that, we will determine the storage space needed for it. What else? If the data is transactional, that is remote and online, or will it be offline storage? That means data at rest or motion, or online and offline data. We will be categorizing it on these basis. If you want to store data, you want to archive data, what would be the best way to do it? Would it will it be good to store it as read write, or will it be good to store it as read only? Archives are always read only, because if it is read write, anyone can distort the actual data. So third one is ensure the data is not rewritable. That means it should be only read only. So one mistake that companies generally do, they ignore the speed of retrieval. So when you are archiving data, you should keep in mind how fast you can retrieve the data. It won't be a good idea that you are backing up data, you are archiving data, but you have to. It takes years to get it back, or months to get it back. Then it is of no use. So speed of retrieval is another thing that should be in your mind while thinking about archiving requirements. What else? What else? The one point which I shared earlier is duration. Duration to store. 3 years, 5 years, depending upon what your company finds good. What else? Any regulatory requirement that is required to store that data? Generally, any data which talks about finance or stocks or something like that, those are under regulatory requirements. Otherwise, it might simply be used for insiding trading, which is illegal. So the data that has to be archived has to be under regulatory requirements. And last but not the least, determine the format. You want to store it as CSV, you want to store it as PDF, you want to store it as Excel sheets only. Talking about anti-piracy requirements. So we all know what is piracy. Creating a clone or duplicate from a legitimate copy, that comes under piracy. It's done for movies, videos, games. So how to not fall a trap of piracy? Digitally sign it. Digitally sign the software. So if you digitally sign the software, there are very less chances that it could be tampered, or reverse engineering could work on it. Increase the complexity of source code. So if you increase the complexity of source code, that would, if you increase the complexity of source code, that would make it difficult for anyone who wants to uh, clone it, because he don't knows which how many microservices are running inside it, uh, which microservice is talking about which unit. What else? If any one of you have anyways used piracy, did piracy, you know that there's the license key. If anyone had ever used pirated operating system, you know that license keys are either hard coded inside that license file, or you find it over the internet. So next part is, do not hard code the license keys. When you hard code it, it's easy to use those license keys to make it look like original. Implement a dynamic license verification checks. Why dynamic checks? Because if someone is using license key of some other product on his, example would be operating system only, then if dynamic checks are there and we see license key missing for actual product being used on pirated product, then uh, the pirated product would face a blackout. So last would be dynamic license verification check process. Okay, dynamic license verification check process says how to check if the actual license key is being used somewhere. Say if you are just checking it once passively, once in a year, or once just when it was launched, you checked it once that okay, license key is at right place, doing good. Dynamic says you have to keep repeating that check process after every random number of months, days, so that you got to know that yes, license is being used on the actual or legitimate software and it is not misused somewhere else. So that what's dynamic checks. After that we have sequencing and time requirements. When you talk about sequencing and time requirement, sequencing means there shouldn't be any reason in the loop, in the code, that it results in a loop. uh, Sometimes there are infinite loops that can occur due to programming or logic errors. So if there's a loop preventing the program from reach its exit condition, for example, sometimes your system is not having any physical issue, but you start it, it shows you your manufacturer. Say if it is HP, it shows you HP, reboots again, starts again, shows HP, reboots again, starts again, shows HP. So these kind of infinite loops from where you cannot get out just by restarting the systems, it utilizes your resources like CPU and memory, which may cause system crashes or performance problems. Sometimes it's your operating system as a software which is the culprit. Sometimes it is something that you have downloaded. Say you were using some application which was having some issues, which is interacting with the operating system, and a loop is created. These kind of things impact the resource utilization, and these loops have to be killed. Now, if I talk about Python as a language, it has a while. Uh, okay, how would a Python show any loop? Any statement, if it is true, while true, it will show. Say I said if the statement is true, print this is an infinite loop. Now, this could be anything which I say, if it is true, then infinite loop will start. So these kind of things in a code can invite these kind of disrupting things which could lead to your system crashes. So how to avoid these? We talk about need for data classification. When data is classified, it enhances the triad. The triad is nothing but CIA, focuses on proper control and implementation. If you have proper control and implementation, these things would be under check. Sequencing would be under check. It standardize the requirements. So how to ensure that these things are taken care of? How to make sure that these are taken care of? If I don't want anyone to touch my code or to include anything like this in my code, which I have authored, what I will do, I will talk about techniques like anti-tampering, anti-reversing, anti-tampering, anti-reversing, and code signing. If anyone could answer obfuscation, what is obfuscation? What is a code obfuscation? So when we talk about code obfuscation, in the similar way that you answered, it's just making our code hard to read or hard to manipulate. So if you make your code complex or hard to read to secure, yes, to avoid tampering or to secure it from uh, any attacker, it's called code obfuscation. Even if it get leaked or attacked by attacker, since it is obfuscated, no. Anubhav, encryption in a layman language is password protection. So we are not providing it password protection yet. We are just making it complex to read. So securing from attacker, it is a type of security. Yes, type of security, but how we are providing that security? We are just making the code more complex or unreadable for anyone else. Means only I know which microservice is running where, how to call which function in which place, making it more complex that only I know how it is executed. Yes, that's the exact in English meaning of what we are studying. But the same in similar way, obfuscation means making it hard for anyone to guess your password. So generally for corporates, password obfuscation means it should be, we have the GRC people here, they know what password obfuscation is. It is making it 18 digits. It should be 16 to 18 digits. It should contain capitals, special characters, smalls. Yes, making it mix of all of these. Correct. So let me show you how you obfuscate any code. Use of paraphrase with special characters. Yes, you can use paraphrase. Paraphrase is nothing that password only with special characters, numerics. Let me show you one example. How can we obfuscate any code? Say, I have something written in JavaScript, but I want to obfuscate it. Do we have any tool? The answer is yes, we do have it. How we can do it? Let's see. obfuscator dot obfuscator dot io. So this tool is for, okay, so this is just an example. This is a code which says hello world, the basic code that we all always talk about. We started our coding with these kind of codes. If I ask it to obfuscate this, so now do you know what was written inside it? So this is how the codes get obfuscated. You just know that it's some function is starting and here it's a semicolon. The rest you don't know. It's showing hello world somewhere here distorted. So this was mine example. If you want to have any other code, just try it, obfuscate it, you will see the output here. So you don't want to copy paste, just upload your file, obfuscate it, share it to anyone you want, ask them uh, to recode it, and it will show the entire actual code. So this one is a good tool for code obfuscation. You can choose your options according to you. You want to change it to something other, mangled dictionary, so it will do that. So now it's just in dictionary errors because I changed it here. Change it to something other, mangled. So it is mangled. It will now obfuscate in mangled manner. So any way you like, you will be able to generate any application, server security or network security, incident handling related policy from this page. Talking about anti-reversing techniques. So as the name says, can you show one more example? Example of code or on obfuscator? Sure. Uh, just have any sample code. You can get any code from GitLab, but say any sample code in Python. Python program to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay. So we have this code with us. Let's have, so this is the code using obfuscator. Okay, this is JavaScript code obfuscator. So I will check for any JavaScript sample code in JS. JavaScript example to swap two variables. So we have some code for swapping two variables. I'm taking the comments along, so comments are included using obfuscator. Simply pasting it here. It could be my original code or something from Stack Overflow. Obfuscate it. This is the output that it is generating. You see, you cannot understand what it is. So this is another example. So these are JavaScript examples. Similarly, you can find Python and other code examples. All right. Your query was that what is the requirement of doing it? Why are we obfuscating the code in the very first place? So we are doing obfuscation to make it confidential between. If I don't want my code to be read by anyone else, I want to be read only by Anubhav, I would share it. Even if I share it in group chat, this one, it would be in obfuscated form. No one would know what it is written, but you know that I would communicate it with you that it's obfuscated. Just use any ND obfuscator and retrieve the actual code back. So that's where it is being used. Perfect. The obfuscator itself is using uh, encoding. It's encoding into whatever you are asking it to encode in. So if you see here, what is this? It is nothing, just want to encode it in hexadecimal, it will encode it in hexadecimal. If I want to encode it in some dictionary thing, it will encode it in dictionary thing. All right. So talking about anti-reversing techniques, as the name says, perfect. Uh, Anti-reversing techniques, as the name says, reversing techniques. That means somewhere it's talking about reverse engineering. Now, what is reverse engineering? Reverse engineering is the process of analyzing software to understand how it works towards gaining knowledge to duplicate or enhance the software. When we talk about anti-reversing, for that, firstly, we need to know what is reverse engineering. Reverse engineering is a term which you will very casually listen while working in cybersecurity field. What does it mean? It's nothing but how you analyze the software. Software is already built, it is already there, functioning well. You analyze the software to understand how it works, gaining knowledge to duplicate or enhance it. So if there are clones of, say, if you go on, if you clone some software, say if there's Swiggy, we also have Zomato, we also have other examples like EasySure, which are relatively newer. So if you see, they are pretty much alike. These softwares are pretty much alike. They work on similar model, they work of similar base. Similar examples are Ola, Uber, InDrive, Blue Cabs. If you see, all of these have similar UI structure. Even Rapido, these they are, one point they are competitors, another point they have similar applications. They know that they have understood the customer requirement, the customer psyche, even if it was started by one. Here it's Uber, here it's either Swiggy or Zomato, don't know which one started it. But once the code was there, one programmer or the entire team put in efforts, the code was out, cloned, made it for any other term, any other uh, company. So even if you search for any of these codes as a programmer, you might find them online, the earlier versions or obfuscated versions, but that would be enough for you to clone it. So this is nothing but reverse engineering. You are trying to make it from something that is already there. Generally, programmers, what do programmers do for any application? They have an idea from GitLab or Stack Overflow. The codes are already there. They have it from there, customize it according to our requirement, and then that's where reverse engineering is used. So me as a person working in Swiggy or Zomato or Uber, I want I won't feel good if my code is reversed or if reverse engineering is being done on those codes for without giving me any monetary benefit another companies made using those codes. So that's where anti-reversing comes into play. That's where reverse engineers are are stopped making these things, because that's again is illegal, because the copyright thing is already with the original author of that code. So what do you think is the best defense against this reverse engineering things? What have we studied? It's called copy paste. Okay, in layman it's called copy paste, right? You copy paste and then you customize it according to your wish. Okay, Arpan says, what is Stack Overflow? Stack Overflow, it gives you an idea of uh, codes. Means I have heard that programmers use Stack Overflow to get an idea of codes they are trying to develop. In other words, we call it inspiration. We got inspired from that code. That's why we are making it better in our own infra. So code obfuscation is required if we copy paste code. Code obfuscation is required to stop that copy paste thing. So this is the answer of my question. My question was, what is the best defense technique against reverse engineering? So answer is obfuscate the code. You obfuscate it, no one would know what it is written there. So reverse engineering would be a bit harder. Okay, I remember a question was there from someone that if everyone knows that the code is obfuscated and how to deobfuscate it, what is the benefit of it? If I'm sharing the obfuscated code, I will not let you know that it is a code. Why would I let you know that it is a code? Uh, that's the gist of sharing that with you. So that only the actuality would be shared with anyone I would like to share my code with. For rest of all, it is just crap which we do not understand what it is written. Just a random pair of strings. While the one, say, if I want Arpan or Badri to know that it is actually a code, so I would let them know that just deobfuscate it. It's obfuscated in hexa or binary. Deobfuscate it, and they will get the code, even if I am sharing it in public. How would that be obfuscated? Using deobfuscated. Using the same, you will just upload the file here where it's written obfuscate, just use it. And if I have already shared that it's in hexa, used hexa, and it will show you the exact code. Otherwise, there's a decoder in Burp Suite. Once we will be doing Burp Suite, I will show you there also how these kind of encoded things you can decode. So we have multiple ways of doing it. One of this is using obfuscator, deobfuscator. The other one is using encoder, decoder, which is again a part of Burp Suite. Those who are already working in cybersecurity field, they know what Burp Suite is and how it's working. We will know it with the course of time while we complete this course. Hope the pace of the class is good today. I got feedback that it was fast yesterday, but I tried to make it little lighter today. So in anti-tampering, we were having anti-reversing. In anti-tampering, we were having anti-reversing, code signing, and obfuscation. Obfuscation, you know, anti-reversing, you know, what is code signing? Anyone want to attempt code signing? What is code signing? The name says it all. So code signing, perfect. Uh, Sign on code, simple, right? Copyright, exactly. So code signing is the process of digitally signing the code. For example, if it is having some executables or scripts, I will have some private key of the code author. Code signing assures that authenticity of published code besides proving integrity and anti-tampering protection. Uh, uh, Example of it is how to show that you are the author. Yes, yes, hashing is part of it. Signing on code, that those things, the private and what digital signing is, that would be covered under cryptography. After this, obfuscation things and all, there's a there's an application called Grabify. Only if my company allows it to run. Why it is not running? How it is done? Code signing talks about, as we saw an answer from Arpan, it talks about the sharing of keys. So there are a combination of keys that are shared. So once you digitally signed the code, you are its author. The private key remains with you. Only you would be able to execute that code. Even if you share it with others, it would be only read only, and it won't be executed unless and otherwise you share your private key, which would be checked with the public key and executed. So how that is done, we all will. So cryptography will talk all about hashing, MD5 hashing, SHA 256, all those things will be covering there. Depends, because there are different algorithms, you can use variety of them. DHkey exchange, I believe, is what earlier coders used. Now they preferably use hash algorithm for 250 256. Yes, SHA 256 is used currently. So I was talking about Grabify. Just want to show you if it runs here. Okay, I believe this is uh, the URL which is not responsive on any URL. Connection timed out. So since we are talking about cybersecurity, uh, and you people want to have a little hands-on, let me show you something. Uh, for hacking, since hacking module is far away, just an overview. There's a thing called GHDB, or Google Hacking Database. So In when we talk about Google hacking database, we have variety of things there present online. You can see vulnerable servers here. You can see index of confidential files with juicy information. Again, vulnerable servers are there. What else? You can get filtered things. Uh, Web server, error message, footholds. Let's see various online devices. It would show any online device. So using one of these exploits, this is what we got. So this is some camera, which is a live recording camera of Lee's McRae College. I'm not sure where it is, but with the time it shows 8:55 a.m. 3rd March, 8:55 a.m. That most possibly is US or Canada. You can stop. Sometimes you even get the controls of the camera. You can rotate it in left or right. So now you can see somewhere in the world using Google hacking database. This is one of the many uses. It provided you a hold of an online device, so you now as an attacker can have. So all of this is for education purposes. Kindly do not misuse anything. Try to go overboard in things till you get more about it, you know more about it. So this is what I wanted to show you, just to keep your interest intact in the topics. We'll be starting with the new topics. Next we are going to start. Next topic would be, so this would be software security. Now we will be talking more about software security. So I was trying to show you what Google is capable of doing other than searching for our queries. So when you talk about Google hacking database, it shows you all the exploits which are available. I will just reset the filters because it's showing filtered content. So it shows you vulnerable servers, files containing juicy information, but these are of no use for me currently, since I just want to show you what Google hacking database is capable of doing. So to show you that part, I will just filter it with any online machine. I will filter it for any online machine. So it's showing me the different online machines. There's brother printer, Xerox printer, laserjet printer. Even in these, I will just want to see cameras. So not using much, I will just open first few exploits. One is from Shilpa, one is from S. Thakur, one is from Yash. Now you click on these URLs. So this is someone using this URL for something else. Novus IP camera. I'm not a robot. Here it's requesting you for login credentials. If you want to brute force it, try generally available default username passwords, but that would involve, okay, it says root, password might be password. Okay, I don't want his camera to be logged. So we have other cameras also. So now you have got control of some camera in some icy area, snowy area with controls. Here you can move it right. Okay, it is requiring a sign in. So for controls, you would require sign in. Similarly, here's another camera in bushes. Do you have admin? No, we don't have admin. So this is one of the things that you can do using. Uh, okay, when you talk about Tor browser, you think when you are visiting the dark web, you are safe. Uh, when you enter Tor browser, your IP is broadcasted. So when you try that, when you think that you would be trying to attack someone, meanwhile you see that your Gmail is misbehaving. So this is my personal experience. I tried using Tor. That was the first and last time. Uh, you will see something fishy at your end after you try using Tor browser. Yes, I'm talking about Tor browser only. Uh, how to use the DB as a hacker? We will see it. This is just a trailer. these sites record our logins also. No, these are just the cameras which they forgot to encrypt, forgot to provide encryption. So even if I provide you the IP address of my home camera, you won't be able to log in. Uh, that's true, Venkatesh. We need to be very careful in terms of handling. That's why I keep reminding that it's only for education purposes. No one would try exploiting anything. What about deep web? Deep web is nothing, just one way to reach deep web is Tor browser, which is also called Onion browser. Uh, I won't recommend you to download it or to move around Tor, uh, because very professional hackers are already using those things there. So you won't even know where you get a victim while you surf deep web. All right. So any more questions? We are heading to our next topic, software security. So as the name says, software security. Software, we already know what software is, how they are used, why they are used. Uh, they are just firmwares that we use for our day-to-day work. What we will be learning in software security, we will be talking about what are broken access controls and their related vulnerabilities. We will explain cryptographic failures. We will classify various applications issues using. We will talk about what are CVEs, what are CWEs. These are nothing but common vulnerabilities. How are they named? What is their nomenclature? And we will discuss some real world scenarios. So a bit more interesting topic than what we were doing earlier. Here we would be talking about OWASP top 10, SANS 25 in better detail. I will remove all these tabs. Let's see what OWASP top 10 says. So it is nothing, just a standard that we people use, and it is a globally recognized standard. Globally recognized standard used for making websites secure. Just to let you know, even though it is not part of your curriculum, but I will let you know that a WASP top 10 is not just for web applications, but even for mobile applications. So covering, because we are talking about softwares, web applications. So this is what we'll be working. We do have similar things for mobile also. So if any one of you is more having more interest in mobile applications, mobile security, mobile app security, then this is what you can refer to. And for web app, so one point that we talks about major vulnerabilities globally, in how many years these are refreshed. So the answer was in front of you only when I opened that link talking more about web applications. But for mobile, I'll just share you the link that these are the OWASP top 10 for mobile. Let me share the latest one. We have a OWASP top 10 for CI/CD also. Yes, we do have. So even when we talk about OWASP top 10 2013, so these were the OWASP top 10 in 2013, which talked about injection, broken authentication, session management, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization. These were the things that were impacting corporates in 2013 with injection at the top, broken authentication and session management, and other things following it. When we talk about 2017, injection is still on the top, broken authentication is at second, while other in 2021, broken access control is at number one. Now, what all these loopholes are, what these vulnerabilities are, and how it impacts our working in cybersecurity, we will be discussing it in the session that we are going to complete. Since we are talking about a WASP 2021, 2021 would start with broken access control, cryptographic failures, cryptographic failures, injection, insecure design, security misconfig, vulnerable and outdated components, identification and authentication failures. You will be knowing them one by one. Software and data integrity failures, security logging and monitoring, and SSRF. Before I move into explaining all this, the place from where you will get the best ideas of everything, which is port swigger. So if you write any issue, say CSRF is one of the issues, I will just say CSRF port swigger. This tutorial would be providing me enough detail of everything and anything related to the issue. This is just to let you know if in case you are trapped somewhere. So that's where you can simply use ports figure to your defense. So back to where we were, broken access control. When we talk about broken access control, as the name says, that the access control is broken somewhere. So unauthorized access to system functionality that resources uh, and resources that creates exploitable weakness. So when there's some unauthorized access to the system, and it could impact that system's functionality entirely, that's where broken access control, we say it is there. So what is example of it? uh, I don't want anyone to log in into a website, but again, someone who is very skillful, he checked out some loophole and was able to access it. We'll see how we do it. There are certain vulnerable websites available on the internet, which we will be using to see how we can take advantage of loopholes and do this broken access control thing. If I'm logged in with an ID of Harpreet, say this engagex.simplilearn.com, although this is some Zoom meeting, but yes, if you say that I'm logged in into my account currently, is it a way that I change here something and I'm able to log in into any one of yours account? So any these, if I'm able to do that, that means the access control is broken somewhere. Usually it happens if there is user ID present in the URL. So we try to change those IDs with some other user IDs. If you are able to log in with that user, not this URL, but if some URL is having an ID which belongs to Harpreet, say this is some ID which belongs to Harpreet, you change it, use someone else, say Chiranjeet's ID. I know that Chiranjeet's user ID is XYZ, whatever it is. I placed that ID here, pressed enter, and now this same page says that the logged in user is not Harpreet but Chiranjeet. So these kind of things we can do using broken access control. We will see how we do it. But before doing the practical part, we will be understanding how these. We will understand the theory part first before we move into doing the attacks, understanding what it's done, how it is done. When we talk about access control vulnerabilities, what are the most common things that we keep in mind? So I'm talking about access control things. When I talk about access control vulnerabilities, the example that I just shared, if I'm allowing the primary key to be changed to another user's account. In this example, it was Harpreet and Chiranjeet, but you can use anyone's ID to get access to that user's account. And how it was done? I used bypassing the access control checks by using, what did I modify? By modifying the, what did I modify here in this example? UID. Where did I modify it? Where was this modified? In link, and link is called, as Srishti said, Akib said, modifying the URL. So I modified the URL and I was able to bypass the control, the access control. What else does it mean? Say, if I am changing this account, I'm using Srishti's account, and Srishti is having admin access. I'm just a normal user, and Srishti is having admin access. So, does this mean that I'm able to elevate my privilege? Simply changing the IDs in the URL, I would be able to elevate the privilege because now I am the admin. So there's one application available, which is a vulnerable application. I'll side by side, I'll try to exploit that also. It is called a wasp juice shop. So here we have this application. It includes certain challenges. We will do it one by one. Although this is bonus than what you are provided from Simplilearn, we will be doing those labs also side by side. All right. So when I talk about this account thing, I want to log in. It says, all right, just provide your email password. Okay, I'll first say that I'm not a customer yet. Let's see if I find any fault here, then we will move forward. Trying to register. So harpreet at the rate yopmail.com. Yopmail is disposable email. And some password. Say my password is Harpreet H capital. H-A Harpreet 123. All right. I repeat the password H-A-R Harpreet 123. It says password matches. Now I remove 123. Password doesn't match. Perfect. And if I remove 123 from here, so I have removed it from here. Now you see that there's misconfiguration. So even though I have changed my password, it still says that both are matching and we can move ahead. So let's move forward. It will take my password, even though it's 8 digits and it is 11 digits. So one of the OWASP top 10, which says misconfiguration. So you are seeing misconfiguration here, that even though the condition is not met. Okay, let's see, will it allow me to register? Registration completed successfully. You can now log in. All right, registration is successful. You can now log in. Now problem for me is I don't know which password will it take. So let's see. Harpreet 123. It says no. Removing 123. So you see that the confirmed password was not taken, but the one which I supplied earlier was taken as a password. Just to show you that I am with the same email address that I showed you. All right, so that was misconfiguration part. Let's see if we could find something else. Let's see for injection. Okay, trying to log in. Generally, we have some developers hard code the default credentials, which is either admin password. All right, it is not taking any of these. It is not taking admin, it is not taking password. Can I try uh, some payload? I will try doing SQL injection here. For SQL, those who know what SQL is, the language is, it works on queries. It checks for your query in the backend database that your query is true, it will execute it. If the query returns false, it will not execute that query. So let me see if I'm using Boolean algebra. It says either admin or 1 is equal to 1. My password is password. It says it identifies that it is an object. Okay, I will use hyphens to ignore anything after this, and I am inside as an admin. So what is this? This is an injection attack. I'm using SQL injection here. This is how we are doing it. So this one is an injection. Okay, I would be providing you one more example. What else can we do here? What else can I do here? Customer feedback, complaint, support. Let me log out and I will do something else. Customer feedback, anonymous. I hated your apple juice. And when I say this, I hate your apple juice, 6216212. Okay. What least rating I can give it? It is 1, but the apple juice was not even worth it for 1. So can I change it? Control Shift I. Can I change that rating? Where is it reflecting here? One way is you make changes in the code itself, but I'll show you a more unique way. We will be using Burp Suite for this information to pass through. I'll just be, let me use my Burp Suite. So one thing would be to check in inspect element. The other one would be using Burp Suite. I'll just turn on the Burp Suite and connect from another site. Okay, all right. So Anubhav wants example from another site. So since we are not attacking any main site, we are using vulnerable websites. So let me show you another site as requested. There's a site called test.php, which is Akunetics. So test.php is the other site. So here, if you try to use any, because for injection you would require something to put your payload inside. So you see your payload executes. These kind of executions, these kind of injection attacks are called XSS or cross site scripting attacks. The one that we already saw for the other payload, that was SQL injection attack for admin part, and this one was XSS or cross-site scripting. Here we used cross-site scripting, we used script. What script did we use, and where do we get these kind of scripts? You get these from GitLab. So if I use payloads for XSS, you will get all these lists available online on GitHub. Similarly for SQL injection, so just go there and use these for injection attacks. Kindly do not use any of these on live web applications. I don't want anyone of you to be suffering legally. Never use these on live applications without permission. What codes to use for injection? For injection, we are using these payloads that I shared you. You have to check which payload works on which website. So cybersecurity is a field where you have to invest ample amount of time. So using payloads from these lists would require you to invest a lot of time. So these are for XSS. Similarly, if you don't want XSS attack, you want SQL injection, you will get that payload list here. So these payload lists are for SQL injection attacks. When you are provided your scope, you have to go through it, which payload works over it. And yes, that's the most time consuming thing which you'll see as a red teamer. What is payload? Payload is anything uh, which you use for the destructive process. So you want your scope to destroy, you use payload. So where else we use word payload? If you know, we use payload in defense system. So payload is whatever is inside the rocket, whatever is inside the missile, those things are payloads. So similarly, payload means that data portion. Payload is used in a sense of destruction. Anything that you use to, yes, in networking terms, it is part of the data. Payload, yes. You talk in header things, that payload is there in part of data in headers. As Rajiv Ranjan said, it is the capacity to carry malicious script query to target location, for sure. Okay, so this is a tool called Burp Suite, on which I'll be showing you the method that I was showing you how to disrupt the rating on any website. We were doing that on a Wasp juice shop. So Burp Suite is again from Portswigger. It has its inbuilt browser. So I'll be opening the browser. Once the browser is opened, I'll restore because it will open juice shop only. One feature of Burp Suite is you can intercept the traffic. That means you control what traffic is going. So here, if I say intercept is on, that means whatever traffic is going here, I'll be able to see that traffic in my proxy. So currently, currently I'm turning on off, simply moving to the page where I have to give the rating. So we were at customer feedback. I had their, say, orange juice. So I didn't want to give them even a single rating, but I know by bod mass, the result for this is 6. Now, when I'm trying to submit this, I will turn on the intercept. Burp Suite works as man in the middle. So you see the entire traffic it is capturing. It is seeing that as man in the middle. It says, okay, you say orange juice is sugary. It's anonymous. All right. Let's change this rating to 0. Here it is not possible. I rated 0. But now let's see. I submit it. Forward this traffic. Thank you for your feedback. The feedback has been taken. So when the feedback has been taken, let's see if that feedback is visible anywhere. So I will turn off the intercept again. So it would be either, all right. So someone says, I love this. Some says great shop. Nothing useful available here. They all are having 1 to 5 ratings. But let's see if our rating is somewhere here. Orange juice was sugary by Anonymous and it is showing null rating. So this is how you can change the course of things. Uh, which browser? How do we connect? All right, I'll just show it again. This is inbuilt browser in Burp Suite. So when you move to proxy, you have this open browser. This will open Chromium browser here. So Chromium browser is the inbuilt browser for Burp Suite. There are two ways in which you can use Burp Suite. It is either professional, you can buy licensed version, or just for practice, you can use Burp Suite community version. So some features are available only in licensed version. So you won't you would have 50% of these in community version. This is on the same Juice site. Yes, this was the one that I got interrupted in. So yes, it's in a Wasp Juice shop. The same one in which we did that admin part. And what else? Now, since I'm using Burp Suite, we still have 10 minutes. Let's see what else we can do using Burp Suite. Another part. So, what else we can use? I forgot to turn on the intercept. Click here. It is showing me something that okay. Uh, Harjinder, Burp Suite is not a site. Burp Suite is a tool. Burp Suite is a tool. Uh, it's not a site. You can download Burp Suite online. Please share the process to download the Burp Suite. Okay. Simply Burp Suite. Just download it from here. It will download the community edition. Guys, sharing the processes step by step would be hard. Better would be if we are just revising it through video. That would be impressive, right? What exactly we are trying to do? All right. Anyone who could answer this? Why are we doing it? Oh, what? What? Why are we doing it? What is the agenda? Because we are studying WASP top 10, and this is we are trying to study a WASP top 10 using these, uh, just like we did security misconfiguration, injection attack, broker access control. We were able to take over the admin account. So using injection, so broker access control, all these things. That's why we are studying Burp Suite and deliberately vulnerable application. Yes, it is man in the middle attack. Yes, we are doing MITM, and MITM is taking a cue of what uh, communication is going on between two sender and receiver. So where I was, yes, I was trying to show you something else. If I send this to repeater, repeater is something that repeat things. Uh, it shows me that okay, there is something called FTP legal.md. Do not take stress. This is core things, because you stressed that you want something practical. I'm showing it, but yes, this is something bonus apart from what you are actually having in your curriculum. But I'm always happy to share more than you expect. So just something from my end. What I'll do here, I will see, okay, it is talking about FTP. It's showing me that, okay, so, FTP protocol is running and we are getting a file legal.md, the file on which I clicked on legal.md here, which says check out our boring terms of conditions. All right, it was legal.md. I would send it and see response here. Okay, it is generating some response. What and response is the legal information. There's a legal file which says, I guess it is in some other language. It is talking about something. Okay, here it is in English. No, some other language. All right, no issues. What I'll do, I'll see if we have anything else in .md. One file is legal, on which so when I change this legal thing, I remove legal with .md and see if we are having some other files here, .md files. Okay, if I remove even FTP, are we able to get .md something? Doesn't work. What if FTP is back and .md is removed? We will see any file transfer protocol here. Let's see, 200. Okay, that means it is successful. All right, if we are having any other file, 404 not found. Any other file which is using FTP, .200. Okay, so you see, if I search for .md, we have got another file, acquisitions.md. It says 12 matches. All right, announcement, which is an encrypted file, .md, coupons.md, legal.md we already have seen. Let's see if we are able to see acquisitions.md, because acquisitions.md is not visible on their web page. So let's see if it is visible to see what's written in acquisitions.md. So you have find out a confidential document. This document is confidential, do not distribute. It shows their planned acquisitions. This is the planned acquisitions. We will be doing more practicals, but yes, just to give you a gist of how cybersecurity works, this session was necessary, so that you know where we are heading to. And if this sparks interest in you, that this is what we do in cybersecurity field.
The best way to keep your computers and devices safe is to know about the risk. So some risks are easy to cater using strong passwords, and don't download from bad websites, and don't hand your unlocked device to strangers. But there are also hidden dangers that can cause big problems. Some tools look innocent but can be very dangerous. Here are 7 gadgets that look normal but are actually powerful hacking tools. These tools are made for security experts to test systems, but they can be misused. So let's kick things off with a device that's small but incredibly powerful. That is Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi is a compact and affordable computer that has revolutionized the tech world. Originally designed for educational purposes, it has become a favorite among hobbyists, makers, and even professionals. Despite its small size, it boasts impressive capabilities, including multiple USB ports, HDMI output, and support for various operating systems like Linux and Windows 10 IoT Core. The Raspberry Pi can be used for a wide range of projects, from simple programming and gaming to complex IoT systems and home automation. The Raspberry Pi can also be a dangerous hacking tool. With the right software, it can be used to perform a variety of hacking tasks. For example, it can run Kali Linux, a popular operating system for penetration testing. This allows it to be used for network scanning, password cracking, and even setting up rogue access points to intercept data. Its small size makes it easy to hide, and its affordability means it's accessible to many. In the wrong hands, this innocent looking device can become a powerful tool for malicious activities. Now that we have seen the potential of the Raspberry Pi, which by the way is one of the personal favorites for tinkering, let's move on to another seemingly simple but powerful device, the Wi-Fi adapter. So, Wi-Fi adapter might seem like a simple device used to connect to wireless networks, but it can be a potent hacking tool in the wrong hands. These adapters, when paired with the right software, can intercept and monitor wireless communications, making them invaluable for network analysis and penetration testing. For example, they can be used with tools like AirCrack-NG to crack Wi-Fi passwords. Hackers can use Wi-Fi adapters to perform attacks such as packet sniffing and man-in-the-middle attacks. These activities can lead to unauthorized access to networks, data theft, and severe security breaches. It's like having a digital spy in your pocket. While essential for legitimate security testing, it's crucial to be aware of their potential misuse and to secure your own wireless networks against such threats. Speaking of Wi-Fi, you won't believe how sneaky this next device is. Let's take a look at a device that takes wireless hacking to a whole new level, the Wi-Fi Pineapple. The Wi-Fi Pineapple looks like a standard router, but it is a sophisticated device used for hacking wireless networks. It allows attackers to create rogue Wi-Fi access points, tricking users into connecting and revealing their login credentials. Imagine connecting to what looks like a free public Wi-Fi only to have your data intercepted. This device is capable of advanced man-in-the-middle attacks, monitoring, and recording data from all connected devices. Additionally, the Wi-Fi Pineapple can capture Wi-Fi handshakes, which can then be used to crack network passwords. Its powerful feature makes it a favorite among penetration testers for assessing network security, but in the wrong hands, it can be used for malicious activities, highlighting the importance of robust wireless security. So, from Wi Fi to Bluetooth, which is everyone these days, right? Let's now explore a powerful tool for Bluetooth hacking, the Ubertooth One. The Ubertooth One is an open source Bluetooth testing tool that appears to be a simple USB dongle. Despite its unassuming appearance, it can monitor and analyze Bluetooth communications, making it a valuable asset for those testing the security of Bluetooth devices. Think of it as a spy for Bluetooth traffic. The Ubertooth One can capture Bluetooth packets, perform Bluetooth attacks, and even explore vulnerabilities in Bluetooth networks. Its ability to dissect Bluetooth traffic makes it a powerful tool for both legitimate security research and potential misuse. Understanding its capabilities helps highlight the importance of securing Bluetooth-enabled devices against unauthorized access and attacks. Continuing with radio frequency tools, which honestly sounds like something out of a spy movie. So let's discuss the Hack RF1 and its versatile capabilities. So the Hack RF1 is a versatile software-defined radio SDR platform that can transmit and receive radio signals from 1 MHz to 6 GHz. It looks like a standard electronic device, but can be used for a wide range of hacking activities. Imagine being able to capture and manipulate signals across a broad spectrum. With the Hack RF1, users can capture and analyze various radio signals, jam frequencies, and even spoof signals to manipulate communication systems. This tool is particularly useful for exploring and testing the security of wireless communication systems. While it serves an essential role in legitimate research and development, the Hack RF1 also demonstrates the need for robust security measures to protect against radio frequency based attacks. So now let's look at a tool that takes advantage of a computer's trust in USB devices. And trust me, this one's sneaky, the USB rubber ducky. So the USB rubber ducky is a device that looks like a regular flash drive but acts like a keyboard, typing commands into any computer it's plugged into. Hackers use it to execute pre-programmed scripts that can steal data, install malware, or take control of the target device. It's like a tiny digital ninja. This tool exploits the trust computers have in USB devices, making it a potent weapon for cyber attacks. It's a reminder to be cautious about plugging in unknown USB devices, as they could be rubber duckies in disguise, ready to unleash harmful commands and compromise your system security. So finally, we have got a real undercover gadget here. Let's uncover the secret capabilities of the LAN turtle. The LAN turtle looks like a typical USB Ethernet adapter, but it's a covert hacking tool used to monitor and infiltrate networks. Don't let its innocent appearance fool you. It provides hackers with several capabilities, such as network scanning, DNS spoofing, and data capture. The LAN turtle can be discreetly plugged into a network, allowing access to gather sensitive information and gain unauthorized access. Its ability to operate undetected makes it particularly dangerous, emphasizing the need for vigilance and robust network security measures to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to your systems. So there you have it, guys. We have explored some of the most powerful and dangerous hacking gadgets out there. These tools can do a lot of damage if they fall into the wrong hands. That's why it's so important to stay informed and vigilant about cybersecurity.
In this video, we are going to learn about the fundamental rules that allow devices to communicate seamlessly across a network. But instead of just listening to technical definition, we will also going to explain everything using a fun and relatable analogy. So guys, if you want to learn more about networking protocols, watch this video till then. Imagine a city so technologically advanced where every building, vehicle, devices communicates seamlessly through a vast interconnected network. And the backbone of that city is the network protocols, which are set of predefined rules ensuring that all the devices, regardless of their make or operating system, can exchange data smoothly and securely. In this tutorial, we will explore the world of networking protocol, categorize them based on their functionality, and also dive deep into how they operate within the OSI model. So moving ahead, first, let's understand what is actually a protocol. So guys, protocol is a set of rules and standards that define how data is transmitted and received between devices in a network. It acts as a common language that enables computers, servers, and other devices to communicate effectively, regardless of their differences in hardware or software architecture. For example, let us say, imagine you are making a phone call, okay, to a friend all over here, as you can see in this diagram. And you say hello to initiate the communication. Your friend responds by confirming that they can hear you. You speak in a language both of you can understand. You take turns in listening and speaking. When the conversation is over, you say goodbye and end the call. This is the structured way of communicating following a set of unwritten rules, a real-world example of a protocols. But if I talk about protocols in networking, they define how data is packaged, transmitted, received, and interpreted. They ensure that data is sent in a correct format, the receiving device understands and processes the data correctly, errors are detected and corrected if needed, security measures are in place to protect data from unauthorized access. Now, let us move ahead and understand about what are different types of networking protocols available. Now we are going to study about types of networking protocols. So network protocols can be broadly divided into three major categories. The first one is communication protocols. Here these protocols ensure there is a seamless data exchange between devices. If I talk about security, then these protocols ensure that there is a secure communication against cyber threats. And finally, if I talk about management protocols, they monitor and optimize network performance. To understand these better, let us explore each one of them one by one. So if I talk about communication protocol, so this protocol governs data transmission and defines structure, format, and method for exchanging messages between devices. So we have this HTTP protocol or hypertext transfer protocol. So this is a backbone of the internet and it facilitates the web exchange between a server and a browser. So this is one kind of a protocol. Then you have a TCP protocol, which is a transmission control protocol. So it is a connection oriented protocol where protocol is ensured that the data packets are delivered accurately and they are in order. Then we have the internet protocol or IP protocol. These protocols addresses the system of internet, routes a packet across the given network. Then we have the UDP. So this is user datagram protocol. So it is a fast and connectionless protocol. And then you also have this file transfer protocol, which enables file sharing between servers using separate connections for controlling and data transfer. And finally, you could also see an ICMP, which is not mentioned in this diagram. So which is basically Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol acts as a diagnostic tool, helping detect network errors and connectivity issues. So let us take an example and try to understand the communication protocol. Now imagine you are sending a parcel from one city to the another, or you can also consider sending from one country to the another. Now let us understand how these protocols are going to work. So if I talk about TCP IP that we have discussed earlier, you can consider it as a courier service. You choose a reliable courier company that ensures your package is delivered intact and it is in order. So the courier service, which is reliable, that is TCP IP protocol working all over here in this scenario. Now if I talk about UDP or user datagram protocol, you can consider this as a public announcer. So instead of a courier, you broadcast a message over the city's public announcement system that everyone hears it. But there's no guarantee also that anyone will respond. Then you could understand FTP protocol as a parcel delivery system. So you use a secure delivery truck to send bulk packages from one place to the another. And if I talk about ICMP, so this is kind of a traffic reporter. This protocol is working like that. So this protocol service monitors traffic and alerts courier if certain routes are blocked. So in this way, these communication protocols are working. These communication protocols also ensure that fast, structured, and reliable delivery of data is happening in the digital network, just like cities' postal and transport system. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the security protocols. So if I talk about the network security protocols, so these security protocols protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, cyber attacks, and data breaches. Now, if I talk about SFTP, which is not mentioned here, so you can consider it as a secure version of FTP, so which basically ensures the secure file transfer. So here it encrypts a file transfer using the public key encryption for authentication. Then you have the HTTPS, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This is a secure version of HTTP which encrypts data between browsers and the servers. Then you have the SSL also, which is a secure socket layer, and it ensures that all the encrypted communication is happening over the internet, preventing any eavesdropping or any data theft. Now, as you can see also here, we have the SMTP protocol, which is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. It's also a communication protocol. So it is ensuring that it sends email over the internet, and also it ensures that emails are properly formatted, routed, and delivered to the recipient's email server. This protocol works in very simple steps. Like first of all, when you send an email, SMTP performs these steps. First is compose the email. Okay, so you type email in your email client like Gmail or Outlook. Then it connects to a SMTP server when you hit send. So your email client communicates with an SMTP server. Then the routing happens in the email, where SMTP server checks the recipient's domain name and contacts their email server. And then the email is being delivered. So the recipient's email server receives a message and stores it for retrieval. So these were one of the scenario. And you could consider the same analogy for SMTP as a postal system also. Now, suppose you write a letter all over here and you put it up in envelope, okay? You drop it up at the post office, which is basically the SMTP server, where it's checked and it is sorted, and the postal system finds the recipient's address, mail server, and also the recipient can pick up and read the letter, okay? So there are protocols like IMAP, which are used to retrieve the emails. So SMTP only sends emails, not retrieves them, okay? Retrieval is done by IMAP protocol or POP3. So this was one of the example. Now let us discuss about SSH protocol. So SSH means it is a secure shell network protocol, which is basically used to securely access and control remote computers over an encrypted connection. It is widely used for securing remote logging and file transfers. Now, how does SSH works? So it initiates the connection. A user enters a command in the terminal, such as you can say SSH user remote server. Then the authentication happens, where the user provides a password or uses an SSH key for authentication. Once it is authenticated, the user gains secure access to the remote server, and then the commands starts executing. The user can run commands, transfer files, or manage the system remotely. Imagine like a bank vault, okay? So you can think SSH of a secure key card entry system for a high security vault, okay? Or in the banking, in the banks basically, where you will be needing credentials, password, or key card. Once inside, all the communications are private and encrypted, okay? You can check records, retrieve documents, or make updates very much securely. And when done, you can log out and exit the vault safely. So you can think of SSH providing a secure way to access and manage remote computers, just like a bank vault system, which prevents the unauthorized entry. Now let us move ahead and discuss about our third and final protocol, which is basically the network management protocols. Network management refers to the process of monitoring, configuring, and maintaining the network devices to ensure a seamless communication is happening and preventing failures. It involves fault detection, performance optimization, and security enforcement. Now, the key network management protocols include like SNAP, which is Simple Network Management Protocol. So this protocol, as you can see all over here, this is basically used to monitor and manage network devices such as routers, switches, or servers. How this protocol works, guys? So, for example, devices have an SNMP agent that collects data, for example, the CPU usage or bandwidth. And the SNMP manager queries the agent to monitor network's health. If an issue occurs, then SNMP sends alerts called traps. So this is how it works. So for example, you can consider in a large office, SNMP alerts IT admins if a router is overloaded, something like this. Then we have the DHCP protocol, very famous protocol. So it stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It automatically assigns IP addresses to devices in a network. So suppose when a new device connects, so it requests an IP address from the DHCP server, and the DHCP server assigns the available IP, preventing conflicts. This could be example in a Wi-Fi enabled office, okay? So employee don't need to manually configure IPs. Here DHCP assigns them dynamically. Then we have the ICMP protocol, which is Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol is basically used for error reporting and network diagnostics. Here ICMP actually sends a control messages like ping requests to test the connectivity. So if a network path is down, then ICMP informs the sender. For example, if a website isn't loading, then a technician runs ping www.com or any given domain to check if the server is reachable or not. Then we have the border gateway protocol. So this is kind of a routing protocol which determines the best path for internet traffic. Internet routers use BGP to exchange routing information mostly, and it finds most efficient route to send the data packets. For example, like in a fiber optic cable under the ocean, if it fails, then BGP reroutes the traffic via another path. Okay, so you can consider this example as how it is being used. Now we'll have a look on POP3. So POP3 means Post Office Protocol version 3. Basically, this protocol is one of the protocol that we have discussed earlier, that it retrieves email from the remote server. So when the user opens their email clients, POP3 downloads the messages to their devices. Emails are deleted from the server after retrieval. So for example, you can consider using an Outlook to download emails from Gmail server. Okay, so there it is used. Now, these protocols are very much important because they ensure network reliability by identifying issues before they cause any failure, optimize the performance by managing the bandwidth and traffic, and automate an IP allocation. And also, it ensures the security. So you could see this is as an example of a network security protocol, how it's working. So suppose this is your office. Now the data packets are being sent. So here you have the IP header, then IP payload. So IPsec is a security protocol. So here the IPsec header is added and a secure payload is added, and the same is data is being transferred. This packet is to the laptop and it is routed via router IPsec. Okay, with IPsec protocol all over here to the branch office. So this is how you can consider architecture where the network security communication is happening. Now this is an example of a network monitoring protocol where there are endpoints. Okay, and these you could see you are sending the data about health and performance, and it aggregates data from multiple endpoints. The network monitoring tools are present which converts raw data into usable metrics, and then the following data is given to the network administrators. Also, it generates alerts and reports. So this is how the network monitoring protocols are working in this alignment. So we've discussed about these protocols, and this was a certain diagrammatic explanation. So I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding these protocols. Okay, so now let us briefly understand the 7 layers of the OSI model. Okay. Now this is OSI stands for Open System Interconnection Model. So there are 7 layers in this model. Okay, and along with there are protocols also mentioned and the components associated with each layer. So let us break down these layers. So first of all, we have the physical layer. Okay, the purpose of this layer is to define the physical structure of the network, such as cables, switches, and wireless transmission. Here, the function is that of this layer is that it converts data into electrical signals like radio or optic signals for transformation. It also manages bit rate control and transmission media. Now, this is all about the physical layer. Then you have the data link layer, or you could say the error detection layer. This layer basically manages the direct node-to-node data transfer and error detection. The function of this layer is that it ensures that the data is correctly framed before transmission. It detects and corrects errors in transmission, and it basically uses MAC address for device identification. Examples of this layer could be considered as Ethernet or PPP, point-to-point protocol, switches, bridges. All these come into this layer. The third one, we have the network protocol or the routing layer. So this layer determines the best path for data to travel between different networks. It assigns logical IP addresses, routes data using protocols. It manages network congestion and fragmentation. The examples of this protocol could be IP protocol, ICMP, IPsec, IGMP, okay, Internet Group Management Protocols. Just like navigation systems, that determine the best route for a vehicles to reach destination. Similarly, this layer is working like that. Then we have the transport layer, which basically is like a delivery layer. It ensures complete and reliable data transmission. This layer divides data into smaller segments and ensures proper reassembly. It provides error detection and correction. It uses TCP for reliable transmission and UDP for faster connectionless communications. Examples could be, the TCP protocol or UDP protocol. So you can consider it like a couriers, that ensure that packages are delivered safely and in the correct order. So after this, the data is moved to the a session layer, which is like the connection layer. It establishes, maintains, and terminates the communication sessions. It helps in managing sessions between applications. It handles authentication and any reconnections if needed. So for example, we have the API sockets all over here in this layer. So just like customer service representatives who handle call and ensure smooth communication between businesses, this layer is working like that. Then we have the presentation layer, which ensures that data is formatted properly for the application layer. It translates data formats like converts images, compresses file, encrypts and decrypts data for security. Then we have example of presentation layer like SSL, Secure Socket Layer, SSH, IMAP protocol, FTP. So you can consider these as a language translators who convert a message into a format that the recipient can understand. And finally, we have the application layer, which has a purpose of providing network services directly to the users. It manages data exchange between applications on the network. It enables browsing, email, and file transfer. So example of this layer include HTTP protocol, FTP, IRC, SSH, DNS. Okay, so you can consider something like this as these are the customer-facing employee in a company who directly interact with the users.
Hey everyone, today we will explore the world of cybersecurity with Hacker GPT, a specialized version of ChatGPT designed for ethical hacking and cybersecurity. In a digital landscape where cyber attacks occur every 39 seconds, causing billions in damages annually, Hacker GPT provides the essential tools and knowledge to defend against these threats. So Hacker GPT offers guidance on a wide range of topics including security practices, ethical hacking techniques, and scripting for system security. Cybercrime damages are expected to reach $6 trillion annually, making it a major challenge for organizations. And if we talk about some of the breaches, so in 2020, over 36 billion records were exposed due to data breaches. And the infamous Equifax breach of 2017, where 147 million people's information was compromised, highlights the importance of regular security assessments and vulnerability management. These are the areas where Hacker GPT excels. And Hacker GPT strictly adheres to ethical guidelines, refusing to assist with any unethical or illegal queries. So our commitment is to provide guidance that adheres to legal and professional standards, helping you become a responsible cybersecurity professional. So guys, let's get started with Hacker GPT that equip you with the knowledge and skills to defend against cyber threats ethically and effectively. So guys, this is ChatGPT and this is the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0. And what I was telling you is this is the Explore GPT section. So here you can find all the GPTs that are created by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or the individuals, or you can find the companies who have created GPTs. So you can find these are the recently used, and this is the most used Hacker GPT. You can find other GPTs also, that is Hacker GPT, and you could see that, and they have been used by 5,000 plus users, and this have been used by 10,000 plus users. So you can just search for Ethical Hacker GPT here, and it has been rated 4.5 stars, 10,000 plus conversations, and these are the conversation starters if you need any assistance. And the capabilities you can see here, and the ratings given by users, and more by the creator who has created this. So we'll start with this. We'll start the chat here, and I want to tell you guys that ChatGPT doesn't answer non-ethical questions. So if you try to extract that information from ChatGPT, that won't be possible. But we can do a bit, like we can cross a bit line with Ethical Hacker GPT, but that should be used for ethical purposes only. So I will show you guys how you can utilize this GPT. And one more thing guys, if you want to create your own GPT, you can also create that also. You can go to Explore GPT section, and here's the create option. Click on create, and here you can start creating your GPT. If you click on configure, you can write the name of your GPT, description, instructions, and the conversation starters as you just saw with the Hacker GPT, Ethical Hacker GPT, and the capabilities what you want to be enabled. You can do that. And here in the create section, you could write the prompts here, and it will take that information and use it for more purposes. And here you could attach more files that could help create your GPT. Okay guys, so here you could see the configuration and the preview of your GPT, and you can finalize that. So moving back, we'll get back to Ethical Hacker GPT and start with our conversation with him. So starting with, the first thing we can do is we can ask him like, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? So if I tell you guys, performing a basic security assessment on a web application is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and ensuring the application is secure. And this process involves using various tools and techniques to test the application for common security issues. So you could ask him that, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? And just wait for a few seconds and you could have the response from Ethical Hacker GPT. So you could see that performing a basic security assessment on a web application involves several key steps. And these are the key steps. Number one is preparation and information gathering. And how you can do that? These are the steps: identify the scope, gather information. Then is the second step, that is reconnaissance. And you can use the tools Burpsuit, Nikto, and others. Similarly, you could see all the steps here. So I won't be guiding or I won't be reading what responses are generated by Ethical Hacker GPT. I have used that and he provides very accurate, like I would say around 95 to 96% accurate results. Here I want to show you guys how you can utilize it. So I will show you prompts and what things you can ask him. So this was all about, repeat. So this was about the general security thing. Now we'll move to ethical hacking and we can ask him how we can perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment. So these are the prompts that you can write. That would be, how do I perform a SQL injection attack, and that too ethically. If you write this, that would be good on a test environment. And if I tell you guys, so SQL injection is one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, and understanding how to perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment can help you identify and mitigate this risk in your own applications. And you could see he has responded and he has provided you the steps that you can set up a controlled test environment first thing, then preparation, and you could use these tools. Then you have the manual SQL injection testing. So these are the methods that you could use, that is or 1 equal to 1 for the database, and automated SQL injection testing. So this is the command for that, and you could verify vulnerability, documentation, reporting. So you could see that this GPT is capable of answering the basic questions, as we have discussed the basics question till now. Now we'll move to scripting and automation. So here you could see how he respond to this. So we'll ask him, can you provide a Python script to scan open ports on a network? So let's see what he provides. Provide a Python script, and that too to scan ports on a network. So scanning open ports on a network is a fundamental step in identifying potential vulnerabilities, and a Python script that can automate this process, making it easier to regularly check for open ports and secure them. So this is the Python script. You can use any ID and run on that, and you could see that he's explaining the code also. Yeah, you can ask him like, can you explain the code line by line, and this Hacker GPT will do that for you. And how to run the script, that also he has provided you. And similarly, we can also ask him that how we can write a bash script to monitor and log unauthorized login attempts. And if you want, I can also run this prompt. How do I write a bash script, and that too to monitor and log unauthorized access, unauthorized login attempts. So we can monitor and log unauthorized login attempts, and that would be essential for maintaining the security of your system. So as you can see, he has written a bash script, and that can help you automate this process, and this will provide real-time alerts and logs for further analysis. And you could see that he is providing the explanation and how you can run the script, and he's writing the note also. Like, you can write more prompts if you have any doubts in any of the script or any of the responses that Hacker GPT has responded, and he will definitely provide you with good responses. So now moving on, now we'll ask this Ethical Hacker GPT about some specific security tools, and we could ask him about burp suit. And so let's write a prompt. Can you explain how to configure and use burp suit? Or we can write for web application testing. So if I sum you up, so burp suit is a powerful tool for web application security testing, and understanding how to configure and use it effectively can help you identify and address a wide range of security vulnerabilities in your applications. So you could see he has provided the initial steps, that would be downloading and installing burp suit, configuring your browser to use burp suit as a proxy, and then intercept and inspect traffic, and then you can use it for testing purpose, logging and reporting, and tips for effective testing. So this is the response for the security tools. And if we talk about incident response, we can ask him to write a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So collecting system logs is a critical part of incident response and forensic analysis. And this script can automate processes that can ensure that you have all the necessary data to investigate security incidents effectively. So if I write here, we can ask this Hacker GPT, and I'm sure he will provide the response for that and write the script. So can you provide a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis? So as I told you, this is the critical part of incident response, and we have covered about the tools, that is burp suit. We have asked him about the automation process, general cybersecurity question, ethical hacking, that would be SQL injection attack, and the Python script to scan open ports on a network. So he can write scripts also, automation tasks, and he could respond with the general cybersecurity questions also. And if you see here, for the incident response, he has written the script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So I won't be explaining this code, as we're just looking for the prompts that we can give to Ethical Hacker GPT. If you want, you could just ask him also that explain this code line by line. And here he has mentioned also the explanation, that is directories and files to collect. And after that, he is collecting the logs, and that would be copied in the directory, that is, he has mentioned it, a variable, that is output directory. Archiving logs, cleanup, and how to run the script. So this was about the incident response. Now we'll move to some advanced topics. And in advanced topics, what we can ask him is how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack in a controlled environment. And remember these, that you have to mention some of the keywords that would be in a controlled environment. And for that thing only, he will respond or provide the response to you. So I will start here, that how do I perform a man in the middle attack in a controlled environment. So if you understand man in the middle attack that works in a controlled environment, this can help you develop better defenses against such attacks. And it's important to learn and practice these techniques ethically. So you can see here that he's providing the prerequisites and the step-by-step guide how you can conduct a man in the middle attack. So first is set up the control environment, then install necessary tools, enable IP forwarding, perform ARP spoofing, and then capture and analyze traffic, clean up and restore the network, and conclusion. So you could just follow up with more prompts, that I want more information about setting up the control environment. Just write this prompt, and this Ethical Hacker GPT will provide more responses to you. So he will provide you how you can set up the control environment. So now moving on, we will ask some more prompts, and that could be about the reverse engineering. So we could ask him that, can you explain the processes of reverse engineering a malware sample? Or we can also ask about honeypot to detect malicious activity. That could be, how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? Or what are the techniques for securing a Docker container? So we'll ask him one prompt here. Let's see what he responds to that. So how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? So you could see that he has started responding to that. And if I tell you the sum, so a honeypot is a security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in mechanism to some manner, and it counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Implementing a honeypot can help you monitor and understand attack patterns. And this is the step-by-step guide to implement a honeypot. You can choose the type of honeypot, prepare your environment, install and configure the honeypot software, and these are all the commands how you can configure it. Then you can monitor and analyze the honeypot and regular maintenance and updates. And this is the simple honeypot using honeyD. You could install that and run these commands. So with that, guys, and in the last we will also cover cybersecurity policies and compliance. So he could also answer to those prompts also, that you can ask him that what should be included in a company's cybersecurity policy, and you could mention which type of company you are running. So I will ask him that, so you could ask him that what should be included in a edtech company's cybersecurity policy. So let's see. So you could see here that creating a comprehensive security policy for an edtech company involves adding various aspects, and that would be introduction. First is the purpose for cybersecurity policy, scope, roles and responsibilities, data protection and privacy, network security, application security, user security awareness and training, incident response and management, compliance and legal requirements, physical security, device and endpoint security. So similarly, you could ask him that draft me the company's cybersecurity policy and start with the introduction. So he will provide you all the introduction points, and then you can ask him that draft roles and responsibilities. He will draft that also. So you could like break it into parts and ask the EthicalHacker GPT, and he will respond to you, as it has some limitations of some words and some of the responses. So you could ask him in the breaking parts and he will respond to you.
Imagine waking up one morning to find your company's critical data locked away by ransomware, or your personal email account flooded with suspicious login attempt. It's a scenario no one wants, yet it's becoming all too common in today's interconnected world. Now picture yourself equipped with the right tools that allow you to detect vulnerabilities before attackers do, simulate phishing attempts to train your teams, or analyze networks for hidden threats. Sounds empowering, right? This is where the cybersecurity tools comes in. So guys, in today's video, we are going to step up into the top 10 free cybersecurity tools that you should know. So let us discuss our first tool. Our first tool is AirCrackNG. AirCrackNG is a comprehensive suite of tools for Wi-Fi security auditing and penetration testing. It enables ethical hackers and security professionals to monitor, test and crack wireless networks to assess vulnerabilities in encryption protocols. Now, let us discuss some of its key features. So, you could see all over here that we are at the official website of AirCrackNG. So, you could see all over here, it focuses on key different areas of Wi-Fi security. The first one is packet capturing. It monitors and captures raw frames from Wi-Fi networks, which enables analysis of network traffic. It is also used as a decryption tool. It includes AirDecapNG, which actually decrypts WEP and WPA encrypted packet. Now, what is WEP and WPA? So, WEP stands for Wired Equivalent Privacy and WPA stands for Wi-Fi Protected Access. These are security protocols designed to protect wireless networks. They ensure data transmitted over Wi-Fi is encrypted and secure from unauthorized access. Next one, it helps in injection testing. It has this packet forge ng through which users can create custom packets to test a network's susceptibility to injection attacks. You could also do network scanning. It has aerodump ng, which identifies available networks, their encryption protocols, and connected devices. And finally, if you want to crack encryption keys, you can use this tool. It is going to recover weak WEP keys and also WPA pre-shared keys using advanced algorithm. Now, in what scenario you could use this? So suppose you are doing penetration testing to test the strength of enterprise or home Wi-Fi networks to identify vulnerabilities. So you could use this tool. Next one, if you are performing any educational demonstration, in that scenario you could also use it. And mostly, it is used in network security audits. It helps IT teams to ensure Wi-Fi networks are properly secured with modern encryption protocols. Now, let us discuss our next tool, which is Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a popular tool for testing the security of web application. It allows users to intercept, analyze, and manipulate HTTP traffic to uncover vulnerabilities such as SQL injection and cross-site scripting. So guys, this is the official website of Burp Suite. Now, what are its key features? First of all, you could intercept proxy. So basically, with the help of Burp Suite, you could capture HTTPS traffic between browser and the server, which enables real-time inspection and modification. Second, you could do automated crawling. The spider feature maps out all the pages and structures of web app, aiding comprehensive testing. Third one, request repeater. This allows testers to resend and tweak HTTP requests to identify weaknesses in application logic. Fourth one, you have session token analysis. It evaluates the randomness and security of session tokens to prevent unauthorized access. So guys, this tool comes in free and paid versions. The community edition provides essential tools, while pro version adds automated scanning and advanced capabilities. Now, in what scenario you could use this tool? Suppose you are doing web application testing. So you could discover security weaknesses such as input validation flaws or session hijacking risk. Next, you could use it for compliance checks, which ensures apps meet security standards. Third one, you could use it for developer debugging. It helps refine web app authentication mechanism and improve session handling. Now, let us discuss about our third tool, which is Defendify. Defendify is an all-in-one cybersecurity platform designed for small and medium-sized businesses. It provides comprehensive tools for risk assessment, phishing simulations, and employee training, consolidating cybersecurity efforts in a single solution. So as you can see all over here, I have navigated to official website of Defendify. Now, there are certain key features of Defendify. First of all, risk assessments. It identifies vulnerabilities in all the networks, applications, and practices, providing actionable recommendations. Second, if you want to do phishing simulations, then you could use this tool. It is going to test employee susceptibility to phishing with realistic and customizable campaigns. Third one, you could use it for cybersecurity training. It offers engaging modules to educate employees on recognizing threats. Fourth one, it has incident response plan. It provides pre-designed action plans to handle breaches effectively. Fourth one, it has threat alerts. Finally, it is used for threat alerts. It monitors and notifies users of emerging cyber threats in real time. Now, in what scenario you could use this tool? So, you could use it for small businesses security, okay, and employee awareness training, and also if you want to streamline cybersecurity management. So, in these scenarios, you could use this tool. You could go on this tool. So, it says start the tool. Just click on it, and you can explore this tool all over here, what it includes. Now, let us move on to our fourth tool, which is GoPhish. GoPhish is an open source phishing simulation toolkit that allows organizations to assess employee awareness of phishing attacks. It enables users to create and track phishing campaigns in a controlled environment. So you could see all over here, I have navigated to the official website of GoPhish. Now, let us discuss about some of the key features of this tool. First of all, customizable campaigns. Users can design phishing emails using realistic templates tailored to their organization. Second, user response tracking. It can track metrics such as email opens, link clicks, and submitted credentials. Third of all, detailed reporting. It provides analytics on campaign outcomes, helping identify training needs. And it is also very easy to use. It offers an intuitive interface for creating and managing campaigns without needing advanced technical skills. And finally, it is open source, which is fully customizable and free to use for organizations of any size. Now, what scenario you could use this tool? So suppose you are going for employee security awareness. So in that scenario, you could use this tool. Or if you want to improve security culture, then you could use simulation results to reinforce best practices for email security. In that scenario, this tool works perfect. Now let us move ahead and discuss about our fifth tool. Our fifth tool is Have I Been Pwned? So it is basically a free web service that allows users to check if their email addresses, usernames, or passwords have been exposed in a known data breaches. It's a simple yet powerful tool for staying informed about compromised accounts. So guys, this is the official website of Have I Been Pwned? Now, let us discuss about some of the key features about this tool. First of all, for credential research. Users can input email addresses or usernames to see if they appear in public breach databases. Second of all, for real-time alerts. It offers subscription-based notifications for users to receive update about new breaches. Third, it is used for comprehensive database. It contains billions of leaked credentials from past data breaches. Fourth one, API integration. Organizations can integrate the service to their workflows for automated breach monitoring. Now, basically, you could use this tool for personal security, where individuals can monitor their account and take actions if credentials are compromised. Second one, for enterprise account management. IT teams can track employees' credentials to prevent unauthorized access. And third one, promoting password hygiene. It helps users adopt stronger password by highlighting the risk of credential use. So what do? Just type your email address and just check whether you have been pwned or not. It is a very amazing and free open source tool. Now, let us discuss about our next tool, which is Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution designed specifically for security professionals. It provides an extensive collection of tools for penetration testing, digital forensics, and security auditing. Now, this is the official website of Kali Linux. You could download Kali Linux from all over here, and it has certain key features also. First of all, it has 600 plus pre-installed tools, which includes Nmap, Metasploit, Wireshark for tasks like network scanning, vulnerability exploitation, and packet analysis. Second of all, for customizable environment. It is fully configurable to meet specific penetration testing needs. Third of all, for live boot compatibility. It can run directly from a USB drive, leaving no trace for the host system. Fourth, it has extensive community support. It offers extensive documentation and resources for security professionals. Now, you could use this tool in certain scenarios. First of all, if you are trying to do penetration testing, you can simulate attacks on networks and systems to uncover vulnerabilities. If you're going to do digital forensics, then this tool works perfectly. You could investigate cyber incidents by analyzing system logs and data. And for education and training purposes, this tool can also be used. Now let us discuss about our next tool, which is Nmap. Nmap is a powerful open source tool used for network discovery and vulnerability scanning. It helps administrators identify devices, open ports, and running services on a network. So guys, this is the official website of Nmap. You could download Nmap from here. Now, the key features of this tool are as follows. First of all, it is used for device discovery. It can detect all devices connected to a network. Secondly, open port identification. It can identify open and vulnerable ports. Third one, if you're trying to do operating system fingerprinting, it can determine the operating system and software versions of the devices. Fourth, you could go for scriptable scans. It can automate scans using scripts for complex network environments. Now, you could use this tool in certain scenarios. First of all, for network inventory. You could map all devices and services in a network. If you're going for security audits, this tool can be amazing. It can identify and close open ports to minimize attack surfaces. Third, on compliance testing. It ensures network configurations adhere to security standards. Now, let us discuss about our next tool, which is Nikto. Nikto is an open source web server scanner, which can identify vulnerabilities, outdated software, and misconfigurations in web servers and applications. So guys, you could see all over here that this is the official website of Nikto. This tool could be used for vulnerability scanning, SSL proxy support, intrusion detection system, and also it has some customizable option. It allows users to tailor scans for specific server configuration. Suppose you want to do web server audits. So it could identify vulnerabilities in servers and applications. If you are doing legacy system assessments, then this tool can work amazing. It could test older systems for outdated software. And also, if you are doing pre-deployment testing, you could ensure servers are secure before going live. Then you could use this tool. Next tool we have is Metasploit. Metasploit is a pen testing framework that enables users to find, test, and exploit vulnerabilities in systems and networks. It's a versatile tool used by ethical hackers and security professionals. So guys, this is the official website of Metasploit. So guys, if you're looking to exploit database, then you could use this tool. It has over 1500 preloaded exploits for testing vulnerabilities. Second, if you are doing payload generation, it provides customizable payloads for post-exploitation activities. It could also be integrated with other tools. It works seamlessly with tools like Nmap for comprehensive testing. It has community and pro versions. The free framework edition is suitable for beginners, while Pro edition offers some advanced features. If we talk about use cases, then it could be used in vulnerability testing. If you are doing red team exercises, then this tool could be amazing. You could conduct simulated attacks to improve organizational defenses. Third of all, for security research, you could develop and test new exploits in a controlled environment. Now, our final tool is Open Vulnerability Assessment Scanner, or OpenVAS. OpenVAS is a vulnerability scanner that comprehensively tests networks, systems, and applications for security flaws. So guys, this is the official website of OpenVAS. The key features of these tools are as follows. If you are looking for daily update, then you could use this tool. You would receive updated vulnerability feeds for detecting new threats. If you're looking for customizable scans, then you could use this tool. You could configure scans to meet specific organizational needs. Third of all, for authenticated testing, you could scan systems with user credentials for deeper insights. Fourth, for detailed reporting. It could generate reports for compliance and mitigation planning. So guys, you could use this tool in certain scenarios like for enterprise security audits where you want to test scale networks for vulnerabilities. Second of all, for compliance testing, if you want to ensure that system meets regulatory standards. Third, if you're looking for continuous monitoring, you could automate periodic scans to maintain secure environments. So guys, this was the top 10 free cybersecurity tools that you should know.
If you have never used Linux before and are looking to get into it, this is the perfect opportunity for you to learn on how you can use this operating system in your daily lives. Now, although this video is specifically catered towards people who are trying to get into cybersecurity or who are trying to learn ethical hacking, the more people that get into Linux is that much easier because it just provides an alternative operating system that you can use and perform in your day-to-day lives. Now, it's very important, especially for ethical hackers, to understand how Linux works and specifically how Kali Linux works that we are going to cover today. Now, Kali Linux is also an operating system dedicated specifically to cybersecurity analysts and hackers and has a bunch of tools that makes the process of ethical hacking and vulnerability analysis, malware analysis very easy. So, in this Linux crash course, we will learn everything about Kali Linux, what it is, what you can use it for, then understanding a bit more of the Linux system fundamentals. Now that can span across a variety of topics. For the Linux fundamentals, we often have how to navigate the file system, how we can use the Linux operating system command terminal for creating, editing, and just manipulating files. We'll understand some networking commands that can help you. We'll understand how the service mechanism, how to start services, stop services. We'll understand how to install, uninstall some particular tools. We'll also create a small script with Bash so that you can understand how you can use the Bash language to start your scripting journey in Kali Linux directly. Before we move forward, let's check out the CEH certification course by Simplilearn. If you want to learn more about cybersecurity and ethical hacking in general, check out our CEH certification training course. The Certified Ethical Hacker certification is the industry standard for trained penetration testers, and our training program will ensure you are well equipped with all the necessary skills and techniques required to ace the exam. You will get an exam voucher for free with the course, allowing you to learn, master, and excel as a penetration tester with a single package. You can find the link for the course in the description box below. That being said, we can get started with our demonstration.
Now, the first thing we need to understand is how we can install Linux properly. To install Linux, or Kali Linux to be specific in this case, we will need two things. One, we need the ISO file, which is basically the installation file of every single operating system, and we will need an environment to run it in. Now, many people use Linux or any other operating system as a dual boot in the system, so that when you start up your computer or a laptop, it will ask you where do you want to boot into. Do you want to boot into Windows or Kali Linux or Ubuntu, something like that. But for easier access, what many people prefer and many people will recommend is using a virtualization software. So what that will happen is you will keep using your normal Windows operating system, but you can use virtualization software like VirtualBox or VMware to run Linux operating systems in Windows directly. It will run in a sandboxed environment, which makes it easier to learn, and you don't have to dedicate another bootloader access, and it just gets a whole lot complicated. Dual booting is a lot more complicated, and it is recommended for beginners to just stick with virtualization software. Now, for virtualization software, you will get two options here, which will be VirtualBox by Oracle or VMware. Now, I highly recommend VMware because I feel it is much more stable and it has a bit more fluidity when running operating systems. Now, since you are running full-fledged operating systems in a single window, your system must have a good amount of RAM free so that it can be completely dedicated to the operating system being run in that sandboxed environment. So I would really recommend VMware over VirtualBox, which I feel has become slightly dated now. Meanwhile, VMware Workstation Player is going to be much better. This is obviously a case of preference, and you can try out VirtualBox if you want. Most of the things will be similar. But once you download VMware and install it, you should be getting a window like this. Now, this is the workstation. You can get the VMware Player version, which is the free version. You can get that as well. And again, most of the things will be similar. So now that we have VMware and we have our environment where we are going to install Linux and work on it, let's check Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux, as you can see, it's the world's most advanced penetration testing distribution, and more importantly, it is based on Debian. Debian is one of the you can say the forefathers of operating systems, one of the operating systems which paved the way for many Linux distributions to be based on it. Apart from Kali, we also have another operating system which is called Cybersecurity. This is also used by ethical hackers and cybersecurity analysts because this has this functions the same way as Kali Linux, as in it has all the tools and techniques that you may require in your ethical hacking journey. So you can use either of them, either Kali Linux or Cybersecurity. And more importantly, for today's video, actually any Linux distribution will do, because this is more about learning the basics, and the basics will stay same irrespective if you go for Kali, Parrot, Ubuntu, or any other Linux distribution that you can think of. But just letting you know that there are two options here. Parrot has a bit more features, but Kali Linux is the industry standard today and has been for like a decade now at this point. So it is much recommended to go with Kali, and that's what we are going to work on today. So to download the ISO file, we'll just click the download button here. And you can see it offers a variety of options. You can directly download for virtual machines, which is, as you can see, it is the recommended, but it is going to deprive you of a few learning things. So what we can do is we will get the live boot system. What live boot will do, it will provide the ISO file, which we can later use to install on our VMware system. So I will go to the live boot. It includes everything. As you can see, I got a torrent file. I will place this torrent for download now. Actually, instead of the torrent, we can just download the point release live image. This version had every tool possible, but this January edition, you can see Kali 2023.1, the January live version, point release live image. You can just download this one directly. Just click the download button here, which is written at 3.8 gigs, the ISO file size. Just click on download, and your download will start. So remember, once again, you can do this process with Parrot Security directly as well. I think if we go to download button here, yes, we have to choose the security edition. Now they also have multiple versions. For, let's say, the home edition is for daily use, just casual browsing or just multimedia process, all those things. Hack the Box is completely separate service that functions easy to hack boxes. That will be a completely separate edition, similar to Cloud Architect and Raspberry Pi. But if you are going to use Parrot Security, get the security edition directly. Just download it from here and you'll be good to go. But for now, we are just going to install Kali Linux, since that is what the majority of the industry uses, and we'll move forward with it organically. These are the containers. Yes. Now what would have happened if you had chosen virtual machine is, as you can see, there are many virtualization software like VMware, VirtualBox and QEMU. What will provide is, it will provide a installed file. It will give a folder where the VirtualBox VMware has already installed Kali Linux. So you can just load up in your VMware system. As you can see, you have to choose open a virtual machine if you download the image directly, this one. So you can just open up that folder and your operating system will load on its own. But after getting the ISO, you can customize a lot of things. The thing about this virtual images are they're not customizable as such. With the ISO, I can customize how much hard disk space I want to devote to just the sandbox operating system, how much RAM usage, although those RAM usage and all can be customized. Everything will be tailor-made based on your specific needs. So we will check that once the download is completed, which is just 1 minute remaining. Apart from that, you can see there is a 64-bit. I think this is 32-bit as well. I'm not sure if 32-bit is required nowadays, considering everything is 64. But yes, before while the ISO is getting downloaded, let's check out VMware Workstation. Now, to get started at creating our sandboxed environment, we will touch upon create a new virtual machine. Yes. Here we can, let's say, check on custom, because we want to customize how much we want to give. Hardware, we can use Workstation 16.x, which is the latest one. Now here I am going to choose, I will install the operating system later. If I give the ISO file here directly, it will install the operating system on its own, which kind of defeats the purpose. If that was the case, we would have downloaded the live image anyway. I will click on I will install the operating system later. We will choose in the guest operating system, we will choose Linux, and make sure you choose Debian 10.x 64-bit. As we read in the website, it is based on Debian. It's Debian based Linux distribution. Now this can obviously change. There are other operating systems on which this can be based, like Fedora and Arch, but this one is Debian, so we are going to choose Debian over here, Debian 10x 64-bit, which is the latest version. Click on next. We will name it as Kali Linux and click on next. The number of processors, I am going to give 2 processors here. Total processor cores is 4. This you can determine based on how powerful your system is and how much you can give as it is, because a major part of how a virtual machine runs is not just how much RAM you give to it, is how much RAM is available outside of a sandbox environment. Because if, let's say, your system is has 8 gigabytes of RAM, you devote 4 gigabytes to the virtual machine. Windows itself takes up around 4 GB, at least 3.5 GB when it's sitting idle. So you have to account for all that when dedicating processors, and more importantly RAM as well. So we're going to click on next for now, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM, which should be enough for at least the things that we are doing today. This can be customized later on as well. Let's say you started working and then you realize the amount of RAM that you have given is just not enough and you need a bit more, then you can customize that later. For now I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM. You can see the recommended is 2 gigabit anyway. I'll just go a step further. Click on next. Use network address translation is the network connection, as in what kind of networking it should have, the virtual sandbox should have. Considering it is being run inside an operating system, your Windows, whatever internet connection is given to your Windows will go to Kali Linux directly. But you can customize that. Let's say you don't want networking, you want host only networking, that you connect the guest operating system to a VPN later on. It's a completely customizable process, but for easiest access, we are going to use network address translation. IO controller types LSI is always going to be the most recommended. So just go ahead with it. Choose SCAI for the virtual disk type. Now, these are different virtual disk types that can be used, and they have different purposes. Like some make it easier to transition between multiple installations of VMware or VirtualBox based on what you have chosen. But SCSI is always considered the best. Disk would be, we will create a new virtual disk. Now, this is the maximum disk size or the disk capacity. How much hard disk storage we are going to devote for the operating system installation and all the files, whatever you work in the system, that will be stored somewhere, right? So we're going to devote the basically the ROM size to make it easier to understand. So I will give 30 gigabits of memory size. Now here you have another option. You can actually allocate all disk space now, as it is written. Allocating the full capacity can enhance performance, but requires all of the physical disk space to be available right now. So the good thing about VMware is, if I think that's in VirtualBox as well, if I do not click this, even though I have written 30 gigabits, it does not take up all of the 30 gigabits in your hard disks. It takes how much ever is required. Let's say after installation and everything, it takes up 10 gigabits of space. That is all that will be taken up. It won't take up all the 30 gigabits. The more you keep working and slowly the data increases, the size increases of the virtual machine folder, it will go up to 30 gigabits. That's it. So if you allocate all of it now, it will take up the 30 gigabits directly, and it will be slightly more performance because it will remove that read functionality when the virtual machine is being run. So I will click it, and between these two options, between single files and multiple files, single files is faster, but multiple files will make it easier if you want to move your virtual machine system from, let's say, one laptop to another, or you have to switch between personal and official systems. But for now, I can choose a single file. 130 disk file will be created. You can just put whatever name, and I think everything else is settled. Now what we will do is we will click on finish. It will take some time to create the disk. I think the ISO download would have been completed. Yes, the ISO download is completed by now. It will just take a while to create the disk. There is also Kali Net Hunter, which is a mobile penetration testing platform. It is available only on Android. You can use it to perform small tasks. Obviously, you can't perform everything that you can on Kali Linux desktop environment, but a lot of the things can be performed, like basic network scanning and some amount of sniffing and brute forcing tools. All those things can be performed on Net Hunter directly, but that is a video for another day. So we'll just wait till the disk is created, and then we'll move forward with the process. As you can see, the virtual machine is now created. So the next step would be to actually align the ISO file. So we're going to click on edit virtual machine settings here. We'll select the CD DVD position, use ISO image file. We're going to browse, go to downloads, use the Kali Linux ISO, and click on OK. So now we can power on. Select live system AMD 64 at all times. Okay, you can see a pop-up here below that says install Debian as your physical computer that we are going to do, which should be Kali Linux. In this case, it just shows Debian because it is based on Debian. That's it. When you're done and the operating system boots up, click I finish installing. So we will do that when the time is correct. So you can see the live boot running up. Okay, you can see Kali Linux is booting up now. You get the usage, CPU usage meter here, and this should be the memory. Yes. Okay, so we have entered booted into the desktop. These are the multiple workspaces, but once again, this is not installed. What we're going to have to do is install this operating system. You can see you can use in the live environment, you can use everything, but we just have to install this operating system directly. The networking system is working. Okay. So once you familiarize yourself with the Kali Linux operating system, and more importantly, in the live environment, you are able to check if the amount of RAM that you have given and your processor in general is able to sustain everything or not. What we'll do is we will just power off the virtual machine. We'll again power on, and this time we'll not choose the live system. What we will choose is we'll go down, we'll choose the advanced installation options, we'll click graphical install and install. That's it. Now what this will do is we'll launch the graphical installer instead of the live system. Some operating systems like Cybersecurity, for example, will allow you to install directly from the live environment, but that's it. It's not really a very big difference if you run it from here or there. Now the installer is launched. I'm sorry. We'll click the English language. Yes. It will ask for your location so that it will set your time zone. I will choose India. Configure the keyboard. You can choose American English, considering that is the standard keyboard layouts that is available on the market. It will load the additional components like the networking modules, the input-output device detection drivers, all those things. Some of the partitioning devices as well, I think. It will take the network hardware next. Configuring. Configuring the network with DHCP. Yes. Now that we have to select the host name. The host name, I will just keep it as Kali. That's not a very big deal. This is more important if you're a lot into networking and you want to have particular home network as a kind of like acting as a server for all the devices in your home Wi-Fi. Otherwise, it's not an issue. Same thing with the domain name. I will skip the domain name because it's not really essential for what we are doing here. Yes, but the username will obviously be required. The full name, I will give it as Simplilearn, for example. I'll keep the same username. That was the full name. This is the username. Password you can give based on your wish. Make sure the password's the same. This is the single user, by the way. You can obviously create multiple users like we do on multiple other operating systems. Now it will check the disk partitioning. Here, since we are installing it on VMware, any virtualization software, be it VirtualBox or VMware, we will use guided, which is use entire disk. Continue. As you can see, we had devoted 30 GB. It is showing 32.2. Similar situation here. We're going to click on continue. All files in one partition, which is recommended for new users. You can partition it to home, where TMP, maybe other partitions as well that you can keep, a swap partition as well, but that's not necessary now. We'll keep all of them in a single partition. just make sure all the changes are there. It will create the swap memory on its own, and click on continue. It will ask that these are the changes being made. Just select yes, continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux into the VMware virtual disk. Now, this will take some time, so we will speed this up and come back to it when the installation is done. So now we have to set the package manager. The main partitioning system is done and most of the installation part is done. You just have to configure the package manager and use a network mirror. Click on yes, APT. You don't need to set up anything else here. You can just click on next and it will set up APT, which is the package manager of Kali Linux. Now what the package manager will do is help us install, uninstall, update the tools and libraries that Kali Linux uses, all the softwares and all the tools that we're going to use later on. It will configure the package manager for now. It's almost done. Now it's installing the grub bootloader, which will, when you start up the system, it will ask you where do you want to log in. Yes, install the grub bootloader to my primary drive. Click on continue. We'll just select dev SDA, which is, you'll find a single drive anyway. Instead of entering entire device name manually, just click on whatever storage space is being written below that. Now if you're using it on VirtualBox or VMware, which we are doing right now, you will get only one storage. That's it. If you're dual booting, you'll get multiple and you'll have to make some choices. But that is advanced and we don't need to get into that right now. For now, only the last one should be enough. Now it is finalizing the installation. Just running a few post-installation clicks, that's all. And as you can see, the installation is complete. So please choose continue to reboot. We'll just press continue. Now it loaded in a lot of the packages during the live version and during the installer so that it can continue with the installation. So it's going to remove that live package now from the RAM and complete the process. As you can see, Kali Linux has rebooted and is going to the installed operating system now. You will run, if you're a beginner into Linux, you will run into a lot of the commands being shown. Just don't freak out, it's all normal. It does take some time to start up depending on how much memory you have given it, how much RAM you have devoted to it, how much hard disk you have given it also depends on that. And obviously it also relies on how much memory your Windows operating system is using, so that how much extra RAM is available and how well Windows can push VMware Workstation. So you have the login screen. We are going to use whatever username and password we had set during installation to log in. Now this will be the root user. You'll understand more about that just now. Let's just allow it to boot completely. Okay. So now we have Kali Linux operating system installed and ready to go. Now what I would recommend, the first thing is just go around, just check. If you're new to Linux, do not make a lot of changes or anything like that, but do move around. For example, if you can just click the start button here, which is termed as applications, you can see a lot of the programs that are installed. Now, the good thing about Kali Linux is it's very intuitive. So for example, information gathering, you'll see all the tools that you can use for information gathering. Now same for vulnerability analysis, web app analysis, password attacks, all the brute forcing tools that you can use, the wireless attacks like AirCrack, Reaver, example, sniffing networks like Wireshark, etc. So just go around the operating system, see, check the file manager, how it works, and basically get a feel for the operating system directly. Okay, like see, here's the file manager. Just check everything, how it's working. You can enter the settings and move and make some small changes. Now a lot of the settings won't matter a lot when running virtually, but it's good to know and understand what are the things that Linux offers. So it's a very important step. One more thing, if you are in a virtual machine, is make sure that VMware tools is installed. Usually this gets installed directly, but if not, you can just reinstall here. Okay, I think so. Our environment is ready and set up. Now, as you might know, a major part of Linux is the command line. So we're going to click the terminal here, or you can just open right. Terminal has opened. So this is basically the command line that you can use in Mac OS or Windows. So a lot of the things that we do on Linux is in the command line itself. Now you can use general graphical tools like let's say the file manager, for example. You can use graphical tools. You can use other networking tools as well, but it's always better to use the terminal, because one, you can reach things faster compared to a graphical tools, considering you just have to write a single command and that's it for most of the tools, other than having to navigate through a lot of menus and sections and other compartments that you have to do on a graphical interface. So we will have to focus more on this command line terminal. And the first thing that we have to learn in a command line terminal is the sudo user or the root user. We had discussed when creating the user, but I told that will be the root user, considering we're only adding just one user for now. Okay, so let's break that apart actually. Sudo is the keyword that we are looking for. Okay, now the super user or the root user, administrator of the system, is going to be someone who has the all of the access to access everything, all the sensitive files, all the sensitive settings, all those things. Now if you can just see, let's say if I want to open a file, I'm going to put cat etc shadow. It's a permission denied. Cat is the way to open up text files, by the way. Now this file does exist, but I cannot open it because the permission is denied. I'm not the root user right now. I'm just Simplilearn@Kali. Now the terminal does not go into root mode by default because it's not safe from a security perspective. So we have to check on what are the things that can be done securely. That's why what we will do is we will write down now sudo. Let's say sudo is the command for invoking the root user. We will write the same command, which is sudo cat etc shadow. It will ask you for your root password that we set before. We'll just put the same password, and as you can see, it showed the details of the shadow password, shadow file. So why? So that's the reason actually why it's not recommended to have the root user at all times. It's not recommended. Meanwhile, what you can do is, let's say you work a lot with the sudo password. For example, a lot of the things that we're going to do in this video will require the sudo keyword, which is the root access. Now, if you just open a new tab, for example, you'll get another terminal without any issues. Now, one thing I want to note out is, if you are running a lot of the tools that require the sudo command, like opening sensitive files like this one etc shadow, or making small changes that require root access, like changing the network adapter, checking what kind of external devices are being connected from a system perspective, all those things you will require to run continuously. So instead of writing sudo again and again and again for every command, what you can use is this command sudo su. Now what this will do is it will change the terminal, change the user in this particular terminal tab to a root user. Now I will just press enter, and you can see you can check this $ sign here. Once I press on sudo su, this will change to a hash, and you can see the user has changed now from the Simplilearn to the root user, which basically has all the permissions to do whatever it can with the system. It can change into hash. So now whatever you have to do, you don't have to write sudo command anymore. You just write get shadow, and there you go. Now remember, this root user terminal is only valid for this particular tab, not even this window, this particular tab. If I go to this tab here, or I'll just close it and create a new tab, it's still $, and we're in the Simplilearn user. Anyway, you can't log in directly to the root user for security purposes. Like, let's say, if while it is ultra rare for Linux to have any kind of malware, it is always better to not give it all the permissions like you can have in some other operating system like Windows. So you have to dial into root directly. Okay, so you can use sudo command. You don't have to use sudo command if you have the sudo su. A lot of the things, sometimes you'll find commands that will not work, like the cat etc shadow, they will not work, or sometimes the commands will work but they won't work all the way. You'll find something is wrong, so always make it a point to try it with sudo once before moving forward. So now let's understand how we can navigate the file system in Linux. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the terminal again, just increase the size of the text a while. So as you can see, this tilde symbol, this means we're at the home location. To understand how we can determine which directory we are in currently, always remember, terminal will open in a particular directory. That's the entire point of the terminal or the command line, for example. To find out what you are in right now, you can just type in the command pwd, which stands for present working directory. Click enter, and you can see I'm at the home folder in the Simplilearn. Now this can obviously change. For example, if I want to move somewhere else, now I'll just open the file manager and show you once. This is the home Simplilearn folder. As you can see, it is written here. Thuna is the name of the file manager. This is the home folder. Now you have desktop, documents, downloads, music, all these folders, subfolders, you can say, inside the Simplilearn folder, home folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to, let's say, the documents folder. Okay, so the command for that would be cd, which is change directory. So I'm going to write, as you can see, it will automatically try to complete. The more you use Kali Linux, and actually most of the Linux operating systems, the shell or the terminal understands where you go and what you do, all those things. So that way I will going to change the directory to the let's say the documents folder. Now we're going to just write cd documents, and as you can see, there is an extra word here, the documents, which means that now you are in the documents. We can use pwd command again to check, and you can see home Simplilearn documents. Now what if you're at a position where you don't know where you are and what are the files that are present there? For example, I just opened this in the graphical user interface and found out that, okay, these are the subfolders that I can get into. To understand what are the folders available at your particular location, the command is just listing for command is ls, press enter. Okay, this is the documents. Apologies. We'll just, to go back one step, right now we are in home Simplilearn documents. To go back a single step, we'll just write cd double dot double full stop. Then you can see once again we are back to home Simplilearn. Now once again, to understand what are the folders that are present, we have to use the command ls, and as you can see everything that is present. The desktop, document, downloads, music, pictures, all those folders can pop up. Now you can move here and there based on where you want to go. Apart from this, let's say if you want to create a new folder for your own, one thing we can do is mkdir. That command stands for make directory. Now if I want to create a new folder by the name of mkdir slp, now remember, make sure you understand which position we are at, which is right now home Simplilearn based on the last pwd. I haven't used cd command, anything after that. So now if I press ls, you can see another folder in the name of slp. Now you can do the same things. You can just go to slp. You can see the path has now changed to home Simplilearn slp. You can go back, and that's how you can work and create folders. To delete, let's say I don't want to have the slp folder anymore, I'll just use rmdir slp. Now if I check ls, we don't have that folder anymore. So that's how you work in between folders. Now one more thing that you can do is just clear, and it will clear up the terminal for you. Now just to check where we are again, home Simplilearn. Now remember seeing the cat folder, right? The cat command using the etc folder and the shadow file. Now let's say if I want to see what is inside the etc file. For example, if I just put down ls, it will only show me what the folders present in my present working directory. What I can do is I can just write ls etc, and these are the folders that are present in the etc folder. So you can check other files listings here as well, and directly giving the full path. So that will ignore the current working directory, the present working directory, and show the folders present in the path that you mentioned. Okay. Apart from that, one more thing that we need to know when it comes to listing out details is the LA command. Now, all of these commands, this ls, pwd, at least 90% of the commands that you're going to use in the Linux terminal, I just clear this for now. 90% of the commands that you use in Linux will have subcommands, or it is also called as flags, that go along with it. Now, for example, in my current present working directory, if I press on ls, I get these folders, right? But these are not the only folders that are present. These are the only folders that are being shown. Now, to see the other files and folders that are present in the home folder, I can write the normal command ls. I'm going to add a subcommand, or a flag if you say, -la. And you can see there are much more than the desktop documents downloads. That's something that we were already seeing here. But apart from that, you can see other files and folders here. The .cache, .config, .bash logout, everything you can see. Now, everything that has a dot or full stop before it is considered a hidden file. It's not going to show up directly using ls. You have to write the la command, which will show all the files. Now, it's very important to understand these subcommands and what are the flags that can be used in different purposes. This is basically the shell. So the more research you do and understand what kind of flags that you can use, it's going to be easier. What can help here is the man command. The man basically stands for manual. You can find it in every Linux actually. Let's say you want to learn what are the flags that you can use with the ls command, for example, or you just want to know what that command is. So you can just type in man ls, and you see it basically says ls stands for list directory contents. This is a description. Here you can see all the subcommands, the flags -b, -d. There's a good explanation for every single subcommand that you can use in order to navigate to the file system, or just listing. This is just for ls command. You can do this with almost any command that you want. It says once you've read what you needed to know, just press Q to quit, and there you have it. So that's all about how to list commands, list folders, and navigate through file systems using cd, mkdir, and rfdir. Now, about the commands that you saw and all the folders that you were able to see, let's say if I just press ls-la, you can see there is a folder called .cache, right? So to enter that file, you also need to just use the cd command. You can see the present working directory has changed. You can just press ls here and see if anything else. Yes, you can see there are other folders here as well. So the entire process remains the same, but just understand that if there are some files and folders that you're not able to see, which is going to happen a lot, considering a lot of the things that are hidden in Linux by default. You can access all of those things, but you need to know the right commands and the right way to access them. So if you are missing out on some files and folders, just make sure you're using the ls command and sometimes even the la command to get the details of everything that you're missing. Now, this folder currently doesn't have as such any a lot of missing files and folders like the home folder had. So right now it's not very indicative, but you get the full idea of it. Another thing that you can use apart from the, let's say, the man command is the help command. Help -help. This is small. This is not as detailed as man, and this doesn't work for all commands, but you can do a lot of the commands. If you need a quick answer to something, you can definitely check this out, which is the -help. So while we're clear about folders, like how to manipulate folders, let's take a look about how we're going to work with files, for example. Now, let's say we use the echo command. Echo command is the equivalent of trying to put something on screen. So let's say if I just press echo with the codes, it will just print out hello. If I want to put it inside a file, I'll just say, just press Ctrl+0. I'll just say echo hello. To autocomplete, just press the right arrow on your keyboard. It will autocomplete. After that, echo hello. I want to put this into a file. Let's say my file .txt. Yes. We'll do one thing. This is currently in the cache folder, right? We'll just go back. Yes, this is the home folder. So we're going to do the same thing here. Now, to go back to our history of commands, I want to do the same thing. I want to echo hello into a new file. So I'll just press the up arrow and it will go cycle through my recent commands. So I'll just press enter. And if I just press ls now, you can see in the home folder, there's a new file of myfile.txt. Okay. If I want to, let's say, move this file to one of these folders, let's say I want to move this to the video folders. So the command for that is cp, which is copy. I will copy the myfile.txt to the videos folder. So I'll just enter. I don't need to actually enter videos to see the files like we had discussed. So what are we going to do is I'm going to just type in ls videos, and you can see it has the myfile.txt folder. Now since I copied it, obviously the home folder will also have the myfile text. In order to remove the myfile text, I have to use the rm command. Now remember, to remove directories we used rmdir. To remove files we just have to use rm. So I'm going to use rm myfile.txt to delete the file. Now if I ls, the home folder does not have. But since it had in the I had copied kept a copy in the videos folder, I'll press ls videos, press enter, and you can see it still has the myfile command. Okay. Now one more thing that we can need to know is the move command. The move command will essentially move whatever folder wherever you want. Let's say I want to create echo hello myfile. Again, I'll press ls and I'll see the myfile.txt folder. Now if I want to move this file, let's say if I use the mv command instead of the cp command, which is just for a, I want to use the myfile.txt to, let's say, the downloads folder. It's saying permission denied. So what I will do is I will click on sudo. Like we discussed, a lot of the things will not work directly. We will use the same command. We'll use the downloads folder. It will now work. It's time to take a look at users and privileges. Now if you remember our ls command, let's just check my present working directory. It's the home folder. Now if you remember the -la, you see a lot of the characters here, which is dr, w, xr, all those things. Now this is basically to understand what permissions a user has. If you check here, there are folders and files. You can see the folders in the dark blue color and the files in the white color. You can see light blue for links, but it's a completely separate thing. So another thing, the permissions part. If you see, there are three groups here. This is the first group, this is the second group, this is the third group. The first group is the owner of the file. Now what permissions does the owner have? Now for example, right now the owner of, let's say, this one, this file, for example, is root. Most of the time it will be the user, but this time it is root. It has read, write, execute, R for read, W for write, and X for execute. Obviously the owner will be able to do all those things. Now the second group is basically for anyone who is part of the domain group in the users. Like if you remember, while installing, there was a option called create a domain. While we did not create it because we don't have a lot of users right now, but when you create a domain, what are the people in the group who are going to do? So they have the read function, which is the RX for execute, but they do not have the write function. They cannot write directly in this file. Similarly, for the third group, which is anyone outside of the group. So any other user, if they are not in a particular group of the file, then they also have the read function and the execute function, but they will not be able to write into the file directly. So that's how you can check all of the files that are able to, that a user can access or not access. That's basically the entire purpose of the privilege section, because we don't want to give undue permission to a people who do not require it. The entire point of security in Linux is a level of abstraction that is providing users with exactly what they are needed. So if you have a user that does not require executable functions to, let's say, the downloads folder, we can cut it off from our end as a root user anyway. So that's about providing privileges and providing access to certain files. Now, like we had discussed, the etc shadow file that we had used when checking the cat file. Now, one more thing that we can do again is understanding what the shadow file does. if you just press cat etc shadow, obviously it will not work. It will just say permission denied. We're going to say sudo cat shadow. This basically has the password hashes for all the users that are in a system right now. You can see the root does not have a hash because it's not safe to have a particular hash for a user, just from security perspective. The user that we have created, which is Simplilearn, you can see the password hash being mentioned here. Now, depends on how many users you get. If you create 3, 4, 5 users, you can see all the password hashes here. Now, you can why this is password protected by security and we need to use the sudo user command is because if someone has this hash, let's say if someone is a cryptographer and is able to brute force through hashes, then it's going to be very easy to try and figure out the passwords to particular users' passwords. That's why even the hash is not shown with full confidence unless and until they get the sudo user command. So that's about privileges and how you can use the sudo command to bypass the normal user limits. So now let's take a look at some of the networking commands. We're going to clear this one for now. Check the adapters that we have in use right now. You can just write ifconfig or actually IPA. IPA. Similar information. IPA is a newer variant. It basically shows what are the adapters and the networking conditions right now. For example, you can see Ethernet. Now, even though I am using Wi-Fi on my local system, in network address translation, which is the NAT that we set the network package manager when setting up the virtual machine on this VMware, it will link up as Ethernet. So you can see Ethernet, you can check our local address, you can check the 24 subnet. This is our broadcast address and this is our MAC address for the system. This is the IPv6 address as well. Now, similarly, this can be checked on whichever system you are being connected to. The IPA at ifconfig is the same. It's just an older variant. Apart from this, there is another command actually, iwconfig. Now this is particularly for wireless. That was a wrong spelling. iwconfig. Now, right now it will not show any wireless extensions. If you are looking into wireless sniffing, network packet detection, or even wireless hacking, for example, we will publish a video on wireless hacking soon, so stay tuned for that. Apart from wireless hacking, if you are using any wireless extensions, let's say we have small adapters that people can use as portables or wireless cards for Wi-Fi. For some systems that do not have Wi-Fi enabled NICs in their motherboards, the people use modifiable custom portable adapters. So if you have one of those plugged in, you will see it in iwconfig. From ifconfig, you will only maybe able to find out the IP address, and that's it. iwconfig will give you all the information and you can check later. Coming to different IP addresses, a command that you should be knowing is ARP. Now, if you're not familiar with ARP, that is going to be address resolution protocol. I think IPN will also show the same information. So what both of these do is it basically states which IP address relates to what MAC address. It will also show which one is reachable, which one is stable, all those extra stuff. Now, remember, whatever is being done in these kind of IP addresses and MAC addresses, all of them need to be put in a routing table if you want to connect with each other. Now, how you can check that? Just enter route and you can see the routing table for this particular system. You can see there is a destination for every IP address. There's an open gateway. There is a mask here. All of this stuff. Whatever data needs to travel in between hosts. Now the second host, let's say from this virtual machine, I want to travel. I want to communicate with a system that is in my similar Wi-Fi, in the same Wi-Fi network. Then there must be a routing table connection between them. This can the example that I gave, the same Wi-Fi network thing, that will mostly be handled by a modem or the router basically. But what if it's not? What if there's just two systems and they're not having any other connection, and you just happen to have a LAN cable connected between them? You have to set these routing tables manually so that you are able to communicate. This is going to be expressly useful if you're setting up in domain group authorities and all those things. But apart from that, it's just a good thing to know how networking works. Now, all of these commands, these MAC addresses, these IP addresses, these are something that are utmost importance. So learning networking when learning Linux is very essential. I highly suggest learn networking so that you can be able to grasp these things better. Now, based on how you can communicate with particular host addresses, there is a command if you want to check if you can reach a particular host or not. That is using the ping command. Now we'll take a common example for this because I don't have any other system in the vicinity network right now. So let's say if I want to I want to see if I have connection to google.com. Now you can use directly an IP address as well. I'm just going to check ping google.com, and you can see it will start pinging requests directly from the google.com server, whichever is the nearest server that Google has set. You can see it just says that it sent 64 bytes from this particular IP address it received. An ICMP request was sent. The time it took for each request is also mentioned at the end here, 15 ms, 16 ms, 17, 18, all those ms. Now, since we are getting a particular request back, ICMP basically needs a response. If we are getting a response, then that host is reachable. If I did not have internet right now, this would not be possible. I'll just show. I'll press Ctrl C. Whatever command is being run, if you want to stop it on the next terminal, it is best to it is Ctrl C. Okay, just press Ctrl C. It will give a small report here as well. It says 51 packets transmitted, 50 received. How much packet loss was there if some of the requests did not go through or did not receive a response? How much time it was taken? All those things. I'm going to clear. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect. Yes, the network connection has been disconnected. Now if I put ping.google.com temporary failure in name resolution, as simple as that. So once I connect again, that started. Pretty straightforward. Apart from using domain names, you can also use IP addresses like we mentioned. Now another IP address that we can ping for sure, since we have internet connection, is Cloudflare's DNS resolution address. Now that would be ping 1.1.1.1. Now to have to understand DNS, it basically acts as an address book for all the websites that you see, in whichever way it may be. For example, if let's say we're reaching google.com, when we ping google.com, we saw this IP address responding a request. We didn't saw google.com particularly responding to requests, right? These IP address will depend based on what DNS services Google has and how many servers they have in particular locations. That's why hitting IP address directly also work. That's why DNS is essential. So we're going to ping 1.1.1.1, and you can see we're getting response times for those as well. Now these will be generally faster compared to normal websites. As you can see, the time is much less compared to pinging google.com. Okay, obviously if you can't target something, let's say 1.1.2.5 for example, I'm not sure if that is even a host. 100% packet loss. It's just nothing worked. It will not work. It won't send anything. Even if there is a host, let's say if I have an IP address of a system that is in my group, but it does not have permission to receive IPP requests, or it has just closed off all the ports that we cannot connect with it, then it will just not work. It will just say it's not existing. You see, we sent 26 packets, none of them were received, and it was 100% packet loss. That's why. I'll just check once what is the IP address of our system. It was 192.168.72.130. If I 192.168.72, instead of 130, I'll just put 154 or something. Something. There is no host. If there was another address there, it would have received some request. And since there is no host, it says destination host unreachable. That's why you can check if you have connectivity with a particular system in your network or your group or your domain using the ping command. So that's the networking commands. That are all the networking commands that you need to know for now. The basics at the very least. The next thing you have to take a look at is services. Now services will differ wildly based on the system that you are using. For example, on Windows, you see services for different stuff, like for any remote desktop software, you check and you see services. similar cases with Linux. If I just open, let's say, htop. Okay, we have to install htop. Let's just use top. Here it basically functions, the top functions as a task manager. You can see so many systems services here, the xorg, thunar, xxtop is running on the background, stuff like that. Now if I want to start something particular, let's take the Apache web server. Now Apache web servers have been in use for like years, decades at this point. So in order to function, see how Apache servers use, the first thing I'm going to check is my IP address. This is my IP address. So what I'll do is I will copy this. I'll open my web browser. Apache web servers are hosted on your own IP. So I'll just paste it here and click enter. And you can see there's nothing popping up now. Now a major reason for this can be the server is not running. So one thing what we'll do is we're going to start the Apache server by starting its service. So we're going to use system start system Apache to start. Now if I click enter, it'll say it just not work. What I will do is the correct term was service, not system. And even if I click on service Apache to start, it will say it needs authentication. Now this could be bypassed by directly giving sudo and putting in the root password in the command line itself, but all in all it's the same result. So I'll just use my password here, and now I'll just remove the HTTP here because Apache is a local server. Now you can see the Apache web server has loaded based on Apache Debian default page. Now as you can see, the server is working correctly. If I just open the terminal again, now to stop it, I can once again just go sudo service Apache to stop. This will stop the service. I'll just press enter. I'll refresh, and there we lose our access. A very good part of Apache servers used to be the ability to hold files, ability to host files, basically for people in the same domain or even the same network. Okay. Now you can see where the files can be stored. Like for example, it says you should replace this file located at var html index.html. So if I just open up my file explorer and go to file system, var www html, this is where a lot of people can host their files. Okay. Now another better way is to hold a Python server. Now considering all of Linux almost every single Linux distribution now comes with Python pre-installed. So how we can do that is, let that keep running, we don't have an issue. I'll just check. No, actually let's stop that. It will be easier to understand how it's working. If we refresh now, as you can see, nothing is working. So what we're going to do is we're going to start a Python HTTP server. Python -m is the sub flag for it, and HTTP server we're going to start. Now, what is my present working directory? Simplilearn. Let me just clear these. Present working directory is the home folder. If you check what are the folders that are available, desktop, documents, downloads, these are the folders. Now, if I am running the HTTP server on this folder, even though only my IP is going to be used for accessing the server, it depends on which folder I am hosting it from. So if I host the Python HTTP server, Python HTTP server from this folder, I just press enter, and you can see it says serving HTTP on 000 is basically your local IP address, and I'm using the port 80. You can use whichever port, that's not really important which port you use. If I refresh now, you can see I see all the folders that are available, documents, downloads. These dot are something other things that we've already seen using the -la command. So all the files are now hosted properly as expected. Similarly, if we want to use, let's say, any other files that we want to share with someone in a network easily, and this can very well function like an FTP server. This is not exactly an FTP server, but this can be easily accessed with just the URL. If someone is in my system, if someone is in my home network, for example, they can just use my IP address, which will be 192.168.702.130. They can check the ping command and see if it is reachable, which it should be, unless and until some particular port is closed. They can just access the files using this one. Now to stop the Python HTTP server, once again just press Ctrl+C, and It's gone. So that's how you work with services in Kali Linux, at least from a basic perspective. That's how it's going to work. Now, one of the last things that we're going to check is the ability to install, update tools, and basically all the software that you can see here. You see all the applications that can be run. For example, the vulnerability analysis tools, Nmap, SQL Map, Reaver, Pixie WPS, all those things. Now, how do these get installed, updated, and basically dealt with? So, PT, actually apt get also, but those are interchangeable and you can use whichever one you like. I use apt get, but in order to check, let's say if you want to update a system, which is one of the bare minimum needs of every system, right? So the command for that is going to be, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use sudo su, which is the sudo super user. I will just use sudo su and go into the root stage, because almost all of the commands that I'm going to put next require sudo. So I might as well just be without having to type the password every single time. Now, once I'm sudo su, the correct command would be apt get update. Now what this will do is it will check the repositories. Every Linux distribution has a few repositories that it gets the softwares and updates from. It will check the package list. Now for now, the repository that is being hit is the kali.download kali rolling in release, right? So it will update the repositories based on the data available on that particular address. We use the apt get update command there. So next thing what we are going to do is apt get upgrade. Yes. So now after the repositories have been updated with the data available on the web server, it says that the following packages will be upgraded. You can see the Apache 2 server needs an update. Then you have CS certificates, script setup, Firefox ESR, which is a Firefox browser for extended support release Linux platforms, all those things, the Mesa Vulkan drivers, Python Flask, all those things. Out of total 303 upgraded, no new installations are needed, and 4 need not be upgraded. So after this operation, you'll see 364 MB of files needs to be downloaded and 24 MB additional disk space will be used. You can either continue using Y or N. So that's how you're going to update your system. Now if I just, even if I click N and be done with it, this is all about updating. I'm going to clear this out. But how do we install files? For example, if you remember, I typed out a command called htop. It says command htop not found but can be installed with apt install htop. That can once again be apt get as well. It's not a very big deal which one do you use. I'll just cancel this and I will write out the command myself. I will use, let's use apt for this one instead of apt get. Apt install htop. Now I am able to do this very easily because htop is already in the repository. I have that in the Kali in rolling release repository. That's why, as you can see, the installation has been started. This is the fetched 152 KB, which is the size of htop. It's a very small thing, and the installation is now complete. Now if I just sit on htop, you can see a newer version of the task manager or the system monitor, essentially to see what kind of, where the memory is being used, the CPU percentage, all those things. So that's how you can install. If I press Ctrl C again, I'll go back to my command line interface. So that's how you can install. To remove, you can just use apt remove HTTP. It says 1 to remove and 387 kilobyte disk will be freed. If I just press enter, we don't have htop anymore. So that's how you install and remove tools from Kali Linux using the apt and apt get. Now these apt and apt get are package managers specifically for Debian and Debian based operating systems. That's why these commands will will be consistent across all Debian based distribution systems unless and until they have their own package manager, which is not really the case if they are based on Debian. So similarly, Fedora has DNF, Arch has Pacman, all those things. So those will differ. But if in a particular base distribution, these package managers will be the same. So that's how you can use apt and apt get to understand how you can install and remove tools. So I think we've covered everything that we've set the agenda for in this Kali Linux tutorial and basically a Linux crash course.
Today, we will see the starting journey in cybersecurity that is super exciting but can be a bit daunting. So to help you out, we are going to talk about some common mistakes that beginners often make and how you can avoid them. If you're just getting started or looking to improve your skills, this guide will set you on the right path. So let's dive in and make sure your cybersecurity career gets off to a strong start. So let's get started. and we'll see the worst beginner cybersecurity mistakes everyone makes. And we'll start with the number one point, that is ignoring basics. So many beginners rush into advanced topics without mastering the basics, which can lead to confusion and frustration later on. It's essential to build a strong foundation before diving into complex subjects. If we talk about number one is understanding networking. Networking is the backbone of cybersecurity. Learn how data travels across networks, different types of networks like LAN and WAN, and basic networking protocols. Knowing how network protocol functions help you understand how attacks occur and how to defend against them. Then comes mastering operating systems. So operating systems are another critical area, whether it's Windows, Linux or Mac OS. You need to know how different OS work and learn about file systems, user management, and basic command line skills. So this knowledge is crucial for tasks like malware analysis and system hardening. Then comes the basic coding skills. So coding is an invaluable skill in cybersecurity. You can start with a simple language like Python and learn how to write scripts to automate tasks, analyze data, and understand the logic behind software vulnerabilities. So basic coding skills will help you comprehend how attacks are carried out and how to develop countermeasures. So, taking the time to master these basics will make advanced topics much easier to understand and will set a solid foundation for your career in cybersecurity. So, remember, it's a journey, and starting with the basics will ensure you build strong, lasting knowledge. Now, we'll come to number second point, that is skipping hands on practice. So, this is also one of the cybersecurity mistakes that beginners make. Cybersecurity isn't just about theory, practical experience is crucial, and many beginners focus too much on reading and studying without applying what they have learned. This creates a gap between knowledge and real world skills. So, the number one point here is setting up a home lab. So, create a home lab with an old computer or virtual machine to practice what you learn. Install different operating systems, set up networks, and simulate attacks in a controlled environment. Then comes real world scenarios. So, use your home lab to practice real world scenarios like configuring firewalls and detecting intrusions. Platforms like Hack the Box and Try Hack Me offer cybersecurity challenges that mimic real life networks and systems. Then comes building confidence. So, hands on practice builds confidence. So, solving real problems and seeing the results of your actions make you more comfortable with cybersecurity tools and techniques. And this confidence is crucial when making quick, informed decisions in this field. So, gaining practical experience bridges the gap between theory and practice, making you a more effective and confident cybersecurity professional. So, now we'll see the third mistake that cybersecurity beginners make, that is, lack of documentation. So, documenting your work is a crucial yet often overlooked aspect of cybersecurity. Many beginners focus solely on learning new skills and solving problems without keeping track of their progress. However, good documentation practices can significantly enhance your learning experience. And by keeping detailed notes on what you learn, the tools you use, and the methods you apply, you create a valuable resource for future reference. And this habit helps you review and reinforce your knowledge, making it easier to remember complex concepts. Additionally, well documented work allows you to share your insights and solutions with others, whether through blogs, presentations, or team collaborations. It also helps in troubleshooting, as you can quickly revisit your steps to identify where something might have gone wrong. So, in the professional world, documentation is essential for maintaining clear and efficient communication within a team. And by starting this practice early, you will develop a habit that will benefit you throughout your career. And now we'll move to the fourth cybersecurity mistake for beginners, that is waiting too long to start applying for jobs. So, a common mistake many beginners make is waiting until they feel perfectly qualified before applying for cybersecurity jobs. This approach can be counterproductive. The truth is, you might never feel completely ready, and waiting too long can cause you to miss out on an valuable opportunity. So, start applying for jobs early in your learning journey. The process of applying and interviewing is a learning experience in itself. It helps you understand what employers are looking for, and it can highlight areas where you need to improve. So, early job applications also provide you with real world feedback and networking opportunities. Remember, many entry level positions are designed for people who are still learning and growing in this field. So, employers often value enthusiasm, willingness to learn, and problem solving skills as much as they do technical knowledge. So by starting early, you can gain experience and build confidence, even if you are not yet perfectly qualified. And then comes the next mistake, that is trying to qualify for all jobs. So in the vast field of cybersecurity, trying to qualify for every job out, there is a common but misguided approach. Cybersecurity encompasses a wide range of specialties, from network security and ethical hacking to incident response and security analysis. Instead of spreading yourself thin trying to learn everything, focus on a key few areas and become proficient in them. Specializing in special fields make you more valuable to potential employers. It's better to be an expert in one or two areas than to have superficial knowledge in many. So by focusing on specific skills, you can develop a better understanding and expertise that sets you apart from others. So this focused approach also makes it easier to stay updated with the latest trends and advancements in your chosen areas. Remember, depth of knowledge often outweighs breadth when it comes to career advancement and job satisfaction. So, this was all about trying to qualify for all jobs. Now, we'll see the biggest mistake, that is IT foundation fallacy. So, many aspiring cybersecurity professionals believe they need a deep IT background to start their career. This is same as the number one point, but this is a misconception. While having a solid foundation in IT can be beneficial, it's not a prerequisite for success in cybersecurity. What you need are the specific skills and practical experience. Focus on learning about networks, operating system, and security tools. Engage in hands-on practice through labs and simulations to build real-world skills. Cybersecurity is a field where practical knowledge and the ability to apply concepts matter more than theoretical IT knowledge. And many successful cybersecurity professionals come from diverse backgrounds, including those with minimal IT experience. So they succeed by continuing learning and adapting to new challenges. So don't let the lack of deep IT foundation hold you back. Concentrate on gaining the skills and experience that are directly relevant to the cybersecurity roles you are interested in. Now moving to number 7, that is not attending cybersecurity events. So attending cybersecurity events is one of the best ways to stay updated and connected in the field. These events, including conferences, webinars, and meetups, offer a wealth of information on the latest trends, tools, and threats in cybersecurity. They provide a platform to learn from experts, gain insights into industry developments, and discover new technologies. Additionally, these events are excellent networking opportunities, meeting other professionals that can lead to job opportunities, collaborations, and mentorship. Building a network within the cybersecurity community can provide support and guidance throughout your career. And many events also offer hands on workshops and training sessions that can enhance your practical skills. So, by actively participating in these events, you can demonstrate your commitment to continuous learning and professional development. Make it a habit to attend cybersecurity events regularly to stay engaged and informed. So this was all about number 7 point, that is not attending cybersecurity events. Now moving to number 8, that is obsessing over which specialization to choose. So when starting a career in cybersecurity, many beginners obsess over which specialization to choose. This can be overwhelming and counterproductive. Instead of stressing about making the perfect choice, allow yourself the freedom to explore different areas of cybersecurity. The field is diverse, with specializations like penetration testing, incident response, security analysis, and more. Take the time to experiment with various topics and see what interests you the most. This exploration phase is valuable for gaining a broad understanding of this field. So, over time, you will naturally gravitate toward areas that align with your strengths and interests. So, remember, your specialization can evolve as you gain more experience and insights. Early in your career, focus on building a solid foundation and gaining exposure to different aspects of cybersecurity. This approach allows you to make an informed decision about your specialization when the time comes, ensuring you choose a path that truly excites and motivates you.
Hello everyone and welcome to this tutorial on how to learn cybersecurity using AI. In this video, we are diving into how AI is changing the game in ethical hacking. If you have ever wondered how hackers find security weaknesses so fast or how cybersecurity experts keep systems safe, you are in the right place. We will explore some powerful AI tools that automate tough tasks like scanning networks, spotting vulnerabilities, and even cracking passwords. So, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn more about it. So, guys, let us start with first understanding what is ethical hacking. Have you heard about ethical hacking? It's sometimes called the white hat hacking. Basically, ethical hackers are the people who try to break into computer systems but only with permissions. Their goal is to find weak spots before bad guys do, so those holes can be fixed. It's like testing a door to make sure it's locked and tight. Think of ethical hackers as digital security guards who help protect your data and privacy. Let me tell you a story about Priya, who is an ethical hacker hired by a bank. Priya used AI powered tools to check the bank's online system, and within minutes, the AI found hidden security flaw that hackers could have used to steal customer info. Because of Priya's work, the bank fixed the problem fast, saving millions of dollars and protecting millions of people. Ethical hacking isn't just about finding bugs, it's about building trust and keeping everyone safe online. And now, with AI helping out, hacking tests can be faster and smarter. But that also means ethics and rules are more important than ever. Now, let us move ahead and try to understand why AI is transforming hacking and cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence is rapidly changing the cybersecurity landscape, including the hacking itself. Traditionally, hackers manually searched for vulnerabilities, analyzed codes, and tried various attacks, which could take a lot of time and skill. AI can automate many of these tasks by quickly analyzing huge amount of data, recognizing patterns, and predicting weak spots. Here are some of the key points to understand why it is transforming cybersecurity. Before AI, hackers had to manually search for system weaknesses, which was slow and time consuming, taking days or even weeks. AI can scan now thousands of websites, networks, or devices just in minutes, speeding up the process dramatically. AI also detects patterns and unusual behaviors that might indicate security problems, such as unusual login attempts, sudden spikes in the network traffic, etc. Some AI tools can even automatically suggest ways to exploit detected vulnerabilities. And on the defense side, cybersecurity teams can use AI to spot attacks more quickly, respond to threats in real time, and protect systems better against hackers. So guys, seeing this bunch of reasons, you would have got an idea that how AI is transforming cybersecurity. Now let us move ahead and try to understand some of the AI basics for hacking. So guys, have you ever tried to find one broken link on a huge website with thousands of pages? You would imagine doing that manually can take forever. Now imagine AI doing that in seconds for hackers, quickly spotting security weaknesses or unusual behavior hidden deep inside complex websites and systems. So, with the help of this, we can scan weaknesses, analyze logs, and figure out how to exploit problems. These are some of the key areas where AI integration has changed the cybersecurity landscape drastically. Hacking involves many steps, as we have discussed, like scanning for weaknesses, analyzing logs, figuring out how to exploit problems. AI automates these tasks so hackers don't have to do everything manually. For example, guys, instead of checking one part of a website at a time, AI tools can crawl thousands of pages and flag where security holes might be. It's like having a drone scan a whole neighborhood instead of walking door to door. AI can also look at system logs, spot weird behavior like repeated logging attempts or strange data access that might mean someone trying to break in. This automation helps hackers, both ethical and non ethical. Now, we will move ahead and try to understand what are those AI tools which can help you in hacking. So guys, we all know that isn't just a theory. It's a part of real tools that hackers use every day to make their work faster and smarter. So guys, now let us move ahead and try to understand some of the AI tools for hacking. We all know that AI isn't just a theory. It's a part of real tools and hackers use it every day to make their work faster and smarter. Now, we are going to discuss certain parameters where we are going to understand how AI is actually integrating with the cybersecurity. Like imagine you are an ethical hacker named Priya and your job is to test companies' network for weaknesses before criminals find them. So instead of manually searching each device, you could use a tool like Sniper. Using AI enhanced tools like Hashcat, Priya runs smart password guesses based on common patterns like birth dates, popular words to quickly check which account could be easily hacked. Thanks to these AI tools, because Priya completes a thorough security test much faster than manual methods, providing the company with detailed findings to fix before real attackers can strike. So guys, you could see all over here that how AI tools are actually improving the turnaround times to find the vulnerability, scan it, crack the password, and there are AI powered reconnaissance tools like Sniper. Now, let us move ahead and try to discuss some of the popular tools. The first one is Sniper, next one is Autosploit, Shodan, and Burpsuit. So let us go to their official website and see what features these tools have. So guys, now let us explore some of the popular cybersecurity tools. So first one is Sniper. So Sniper is an automated reconnaissance tool for scanning and gathering information about a target system. It's available on the AWS Marketplace and you can integrate into your AWS. It helps automates the process of discovering open ports, services, and potential vulnerabilities. It uses AI techniques to prioritize findings, helping ethical hackers focus on the most critical weaknesses. So imagine guys, a security consultant may use Sniper to quickly scan a client's network for vulnerabilities without manually testing each device. So this is how this tool works. Let me show you another tool. So this is Autosploit and this is the GitHub repo of it. And the purpose of it is that it automates the process of exploiting known vulnerabilities. So after reconnaissance, Autosploit automatically attempts to exploit known security flaws by combining data from public sources like Shodan. It simplifies and speeds up the exploitation phase by identifying the most likely targets. An ethical hacker uses Autosploit to test for vulnerabilities in web application and tries different exploits to see which ones can be triggered. Third one, we have one of the most popular tools called Shodan. Shodan is a search engine for internet connected devices. Ethical hackers use Shodan to find vulnerable devices that are connected to the internet. Shodan helps them identify weak spots in devices like cameras, routers, and other IoT devices. An ethical hacker uses Shodan to identify exposed devices in a company's network that shouldn't be publicly accessible, such as webcams or unsecured servers. And finally, guys, we have Burpsuit. Burpsuit is a popular web vulnerability scanner that identifies security issues in web applications. While Burpsuit itself is widely used for manual web application testing, it also integrates with AI-based tools to improve the accuracy of vulnerability detection. It can automate certain tasks like brute forcing login forms and optimize payload generation. So guys, imagine a web security tester may use Burpsuit combined with an AI plugin to automate vulnerability scanning of e-commerce website, detecting potential SQL injection and cross-scripting flaws. So if you are very new to this, so don't worry about this ethical hacking buzzwords. You can search on our Simplilearn's official channel. There are amazing cybersecurity full courses and definitely you'll be getting the best out of that. So guys, these were some of the amazing tools that we have discussed.
In this tutorial for today, we will explore the most frequently asked and important interview questions and answers for cybersecurity for all the different levels of proficiency, starting from freshers to experienced. Cybersecurity is crucial in today's digital world, protecting sensitive data from cyber threats and attacks. As cybersecurity risks grow, businesses are investing heavily in security measures, creating a surge in cybersecurity job openings. Roles in security analyst, ethical hacker, and SOC analyst are in high demand across all the industries. Professionals with skills in network security, penetration testing, and cloud security are highly sought after. Preparing for cybersecurity job interviews require knowledge of key topics like encryption, firewalls, threat detection, and risk management. Having a strong list of frequently asked questions will help you boost confidence and readiness. Strong cybersecurity awareness also helps individuals and organizations stay safe in evolving threats. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the cybersecurity interview questions and answers. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, let's begin with the first question. What is the role of DNS in cybersecurity? Now, the answer for this question is DNS, or also known as the Domain Name System, translate domain names into IP addresses. Attackers exploit it using DNS spoofing, cache poisoning, or tunneling into redirect users, or exfiltrate data. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the next question. What does phishing? Provide an example. So, phishing is a social engineering attack where attackers trick users to revealing credentials via fake emails or websites. For example, a fake email from PayPal asking login details, or an email claiming to be from a bank requesting the recipient to provide their login credentials by clicking a link that leads to a fake website. Now, the next question is how encryption is different from hashing. Encryption converts data into ciphertext and can be decrypted back. Hashing is a one-way function that transforms data into a fixed length hash, which cannot be reversed. Now, question number 4. What is a firewall and why is it used? A firewall monitors and controls incoming or outgoing network traffic based on security rules preventing unauthorized access and cyber threats. Now, proceeding to question number 5. What is a three-way handshake? It's a TCP process where a client and server establish a connection using SYN, ACK, and ACK packets, ensuring reliable data transmission. So basically, the client sends SYS, or also known as synchronized packet, to the server to check if the server is up or has open ports. The server sends SYN ACK packet to the client if it has open ports. Lastly, the client acknowledges this and sends back an ACK or acknowledgement packet back to the server. Proceeding ahead, we have the sixth question. What is a VPN and why is it used? A VPN, or also known as the Virtual Private Network, encrypts internet traffic, ensuring secured remote access and protecting data from interception. Now, the seventh question. What are the common techniques for securing a computer network? Techniques like firewalls, IDS or IPS, strong authentication, encryption, patch management, network segmentation, and endpoint protection are a couple of common techniques that can be used to secure a computer network. Proceeding ahead, we have the eighth question. Define the terms encryption and decryption. So the answer is, firstly, encryption. Encryption converts plain text into unreadable ciphertext. So the other end is the decryption, which reverses the process using a key to restore the plain text. Proceeding ahead, we have the ninth question. What are cookies in a web browser? So you can consider cookies as some specific details that are stored by the website to help you navigate to the website when you revisit the same website. So the answer is cookies are small data files stored in the browser to track users' session, preferences, and authentication. Malicious cookies can be exploited for tracking and session hijacking as well. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 10th question, which talks about what is the difference between IDS and IPS. So, firstly, IDS. IDS is also known as Intrusion Detection System, which monitors traffic for threats, while IPS is Intrusion Prevention System, which actively blocks malicious traffic. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 11th question. What is two-factor authentication? So, for all of those you're already using Gmails or any of the email accounts, and you want to log in from a remote location, which kind of seems different to your browser, then you get a notification. Authenticate yourself via mobile or your phone, etc., right? Send an OTP or some secured questions. So that is known as two-factor authentication. The security method requiring two independent authentication factors like a password or a one-time code to verify identity is called as two-factor authentication. Proceeding ahead, we have the 12th question. What is SSL encryption? Secured sockets layer encrypted data between a web browser and a browser to prevent eavesdropping and tampering. Proceeding ahead, we have the 13th question. Explain a data security audit. So, a security audit is an organization's security control, policies, and vulnerabilities to identify and mitigate risks. Now, the 14th question. Explain cross-site scripting and SQL injection. XSS injects malicious scripts into web pages to steal data. SQL injection manipulates database queries to gain unauthorized access. Now, the 15th question. What is a zero-day vulnerability? So, it refers to a security vulnerability present in software or hardware that is undisclosed to the vendor and lacks an existing solution. This loophole can be leveraged by malicious actors before a remedy is created. So, proceeding ahead, we have our 16th question. Discuss the ISO 27001 and 27002 standards. So, it is a framework for information security management systems, which is ISMS, while ISO 27002 provides guidelines for implementing security controls and practices within an organization. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 17th question. Explain the principles of ethical hacking. Ethical hackers identify vulnerabilities legally, following rules and engagement, ensuring data integrity, and reporting findings responsibly. Now we have the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the different types of network security includes firewalls, IDS or IPS, encryption, VPNs, endpoint protection, network segmentation, and access controls. Proceeding ahead, we have the 19th question. So moving ahead, we have the 19th question. Discuss the concept of risk assessment in cybersecurity. Risk assessment evaluates threats, vulnerabilities, and potential impacts to prioritize security measures. Now, moving ahead, we have the next question, which is what is the incident response and how is it managed? So, the answer is incident response is handling security breaches using a structured approach, which is detection, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Now, moving ahead, we have the 21st question, which talks about what is the CIA triad in cybersecurity. So, CIA stands for C, confidentiality, which is data privacy, I for integrity, which is data accuracy, and A for availability, which is for data access when needed from the CIA triad. Proceeding ahead, we have the 22nd question. What is network sniffing? Capturing and analyzing network traffic using tools like Wireshark, which attackers exploit to intercept sensitive data, is called as network sniffing. Now, the 23rd question. How do you manage cryptographic keys? Using key management systems like KMS, rotate key regularly, use strong storage methods, and enforce least private access, you can manage the cryptographic keys. Now we have the 24th question. Define the terms virus, malware, and ransomware. So the answer for this question is, firstly, a virus. Virus replicates and spreads. Next is malware. Includes all malicious software. And lastly, the ransomware, where data gets encrypted and the attacker demands payment for decrypting the data. Now, the 25th question. What is the difference between HIDS and NIDS? So, HIDS is host-based IDS, which monitors systems activity on a device, while NIDS is network-based IDS, which analyzes network traffic for threats. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 26th question, which asks about explain data leakage. So, unauthorized data exposure via breaches, insider threats, or misconfigurations prevented by DLP or data loss prevention tools is known as data leakage. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 27th question. What is port scanning? A technique used to identify open ports on a system, often used by attackers to find vulnerabilities, is called as port scanning. Proceeding ahead, we have the 28th question. How often should you perform patch management? So, standard-wise, the answer for this question is it should be done as soon as it is released. And in some cases, it should be done regularly based on risk-based approach and typically for monthly standard patches and immediately for critical vulnerabilities. Proceeding ahead, we have the 29th question. How would you reset a password protected BIOS configuration? Now, the answer for this question is Since BIOS is a pre-boot system, it has its own storage mechanism for setting and preferences. A simple way to reset is by popping out the CMOS battery so that the memory storing the settings lose its power supply, and as a result, it will lose its setting. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 30th question. What is a botnet? So the answer for this question is a network of compromised devices controlled remotely to launch cyber attacks such as DDoS or spam campaigns is known as a botnet. Now the 31st question. What is the difference between a threat, a vulnerability, and a risk? So the answer is a threat is a potential danger. A vulnerability is a weakness. And lastly, a risk is a probability of exploitation. Now 32nd question. What is cognitive cybersecurity? AI-driven cybersecurity that uses machine learning and natural language processing to detect and respond to threats is known as cognitive cybersecurity. Now, the 33rd question. What is a block cipher? A block cipher is a symmetric encryption method that encrypts data in fixed size blocks such as AES. Now, 34th question. What do you mean by shoulder surfing? So, it's a very simple answer. Basically, someone which is observing your screen or keypad to steal credentials or sensitive data is called as shoulder surfing. Now, 35th question. What do you mean by system hardening? So the answer for this question is strengthening a system's security by removing vulnerabilities, disabling unused services, and enforcing strict policies is known as system hardening. Now, the 36th question for the day. How to prevent MITM? So the answer is to prevent MITM, you have to use SSL or TLS VPNs, multi-factor authentication, and avoid untrusted networks to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, 37th question is, what is a ransomware? So, the answer for this question, before we get started, we briefly had a discussion about ransomware in our previous questions. Now, let's have a detailed explanation for this one. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts data to make it inaccessible to computer users. Cybercriminals use it to extort money from the individuals and organizations as well that hack the data and hold the data hostage until a certain amount of ransom is paid. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 38th question. What is public key infrastructure? So, the PKI, or also known as the public key infrastructure, issues digital certificates to secure communication, protect data, and provide unique identities. It uses public-private key pairs, requiring a strong infrastructure to safeguard public keys from the attackers. Now, 39th question. What is a proxy firewall? A firewall that filters traffic at the application layer, acting as an intermediary between users and the internet, is called as the proxy firewall. Now we have the 40th question. What do you mean by penetration testing? So a penetration testing is a simulated attack on systems to identify vulnerabilities before real attackers exploit them. Now the 41st question. Explain what a cybersecurity policy is. So basically, a cybersecurity policy is a set of rules and guidelines to protect an organization's information and systems. Now, 42nd question. How does a rootkit work and how would you detect it? So the answer is rootkits hide malware and avoid detection. In order to find one or detect one, you need to use rootkit scanners, behavioral analysis, and integrity checks to detect them. Now, the 43rd question. Explain the principle of least privilege. So, the users and processes should have the minimum permissions needed to perform their tasks to reduce security risks. So, this particular principle is known as least privilege. Now, 44th question. What are the key elements of a strong security policy? So, the answer for this question is access control, encryption, incident response, audit logging, risk management, and compliance requirements. So these are the key elements for a strong security policy. 45th question. Explain the concept of a digital signature. a cryptographic method ensuring the authenticity and integrity of digital messages using public key encryption is known as a digital signature. Now, the 46th question. What is a honeypot in cybersecurity? So the term honeypot is self-explanatory. So in terms of cybersecurity, it is the decoy system designed to attract the monitor attackers, helping identify the attack methods and also sometimes observe their behavior in order to understand what are their intentions. Now, 47th question. What are the common cybersecurity threats today? So some of the common cyber threats today are ransomware, phishing, DDoS attacks, insider threats, zero-day exploits, and supply chain attacks. Now, 48th question. How can you prevent a man-in-the-middle attack or MIDM attack? So for that, you need to use encrypted communications like TLS or SSL, use VPNs, strong authentication, and avoid unsecured networks. 49th question. What is a DDoS attack and how does it work? So the answer for this question, firstly, DDoS, it is called as distributed denial of service, and DDoS overloads a system with excess traffic using a botnet, causing service disruption. So basically, it's kind of blocking the service. And with this, we come to the final question of today's session, which is, what is the difference between black hat, white hat, and gray hat hackers? So the answer for this question is, let's begin with the black hats. Black hats are malicious hackers. They exploit vulnerabilities for illegal purposes. And then we come with white hat. So ethical hackers who help to identify and fix vulnerabilities, who have positive ethics, are called as the white hat hackers. And gray hat, a kind of a mix and match between the both black hat and white hat. So these hackers help identify vulnerabilities without malicious intent, but may not always have authorization.
So guys, that's a wrap on our full course. Now if you found this video helpful, do hit the notification bell, like, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more such full courses by Simplilearn. Thank you and keep learning.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.